and would like to go check in on them or see what their family history is like, or what artifacts they've made, or how many crimes they've committed, or if they're dead, you can do that by simply going to legends.blindIRL.net. I might have said .com. .net. Exclamation point legends in the Twitch chat, and there's a link in the YouTube stream description. The last thing is I won't be streaming Friday this week. I won't be streaming tomorrow. It's no secret. I've babbled about it quite a bit over the past 2 weeks. For the last month or so, I've been kind of in a rut mentally. I've not been in a great place. I think I'm coming out of it now, so that's good. But it's been motivation to be creative has been tricky recently. But I think we're on the upswing. I think. Last note before we dive in is I haven't been thrilled with Discord as of late. I've been feeling less and less okay with promoting it as a primary form of contact, just due to the fact that they haven't been the most responsible with privacy and data and such. So I'm testing out Fluxer. Fluxer is a open source Discord alike. Currently there is 67 actually people in my Fluxer server. On Twitch, you can type an exclamation point Discord, and that'll give you a link to the Fluxer server, and I will plop a link and pin it in the YouTube stream as well. I think that's all my housekeeping. Chat, am I missing anything? What did I miss? Probably missed something. Oh yeah, you can go to blindIRL.com and I post blog posts. It's supposed to be every week, but realistically it's like every other week. It's when I have an idea of something to write about. So sometimes you'll get behind the scenes stuff. On there is a Patreon-like payment system if you would like to fund the channel directly and not give anybody else a cut. I think that's everything. So I'm not going to enable the water or the naming of dwarves immediately, because we are currently refilling the water again. So the game's frame rate's going to be real bad for a little bit, but trust me, it is running because it hasn't crashed yet. This fortress is rapidly becoming a how far can you push it type deal. How far can you go? I'm glad to hear it, Gold Poke. That's really what this fort is turning into. Oh, not Discord. Disable overlay. What I'm planning to do in this here Fortarino, or the idea here, is I would like to catch large sea creatures. Now, in order to do that, I need to get rid of the ocean, which is difficult because right now it's refilling. Getting rid of the ocean, from what I can tell, requires putting a bunch of holes in it and then just letting the game run for 4.5 hours for it to all drain. So probably what I'm going to end up doing is doing all of the prep work to drain it, saving, watching it for 20 minutes, or pausing, rather, ending the stream at some point. Not today, most likely. I don't think I'll get all the prep work done today. And then letting it run overnight, or letting it run the entirety of the next day or something, just AFK. Because I think it'll probably take 8 hours to fully drain, is my guess. I will record the whole thing, but probably not gonna sit there and watch it because I think that would be a little silly. But once it's drained, the frame rate goes from 2 frames a minute to about 5 frames a second. So that's good. I will enable the naming of dwarves once it's done filling, and right now it's at a very stable, consistent 5 FPS while it's filling. The named dwarves in the fort at the moment are Ilmirin, Akenton, QN Green Tea, Alderman, Salty Tempest, Kameguru, Nomald and Nyesha Chesterfield, Casimir and George, as well as Romanoid, who is in an aquarium and is also a were creature, which is very unfortunate, and I'm kind of bummed about it, but there ain't much I can do about it. There was another were creature who was married to Emily, who drowned accidentally in the drainage tunnels. Oops. Anyways, it's fine. He lives with the god of death now, whomst he worshipped. We have Celesty, we have Dino, we have Gimli, we have Cashless Nomad, we have Sudual Bulek, and we have Emily, of course, Corey Fancy Pants, and Server Lord, as well as Stormwolf the Noseless, who is in fact Stormwolf and is in fact noseless. Actually, you know what? I will turn on the requests because it is pausable right now, so that's good. Which means I have a pausable ability to name things. Nix, thanks for checking out a gift. That's very kind of you. Appreciate you. And Crafty Bastard, congrats. You now have ad-free viewing. Don't forget Exotic Butters. I mean, I haven't gotten to Exotic Butters yet. We've got David Hasselhoff and Lanix. We've got Spooky Ghost. We've got Gmod. We've got Wilmer and Wolf. We've got Kazul. We've got Snail. I mean, it's less stupid Twitch and more like, God damn it, people with similar usernames. A number of times I've seen Nixamo in my chat and thought it was Nixumia. So, and also vice versa. We've got One Sparse, we've got Daggett, we've got Exotic Butters. The best kind of butters. Durbiggy Breton. So, Durbiggy Breton, I will do that, but for future reference, because you already named Exotic Butters. There is a limit to how many times I will let you name things, and at some point I will just start vetoing it. Just because there is a cooldown on it, and it's kind of designed to be something that multiple people can have the opportunity to grab, instead of just one person claiming it all. But it's been a day, so I'll give you this one, but maybe hold off until Butters is splatters on the pavement, you know? Follow Butters' life. Sharing is caring. 409, Seth, as well as Eldrish, and Hewlett Packard, and Letteran, as well as Stacy. And okay, so I wonder, does Butters? The Holy Ditch. Butters. You is married. I will pauses. Why don't instead? Okay, so I was gonna say we can name your kid. Oh, actually, no, even better. Because like I'm like we gotta like limit the dwarves that you get. How about you get Exotic Butters Junior, your pet goat? How about we go with that? Junior is your goat. She is completely wrapped in her own appearance and abilities and other personal matters and is concerned only with matters of practical situations at hand. Or hoof. Has absolutely no inclination towards abstract discussion and is very slow to anger. That's a lie. Often feels nervous, that's probably true, is stubborn, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, could be considered rude, and is very humble. That could be considered rude is the truest thing about this goat. She is very humble, and she acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, bopping people with forehead, and booping people, maybe. She tries to do things correctly each time. She finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this, for more than one reason. She generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures and is often cheerful. She doesn't focus on material goods and doesn't seek out excitement. Fluxer, I think for the moment, is going to stay. We are kind of beyond trying it. If you type an exclamation point Discord, it gives you a link to the Fluxer. Flying Fudge. Can you show the fort to someone who have your stream during night and sleep most of it? Yeah, sure. We can do a lap through. Just getting something named. All right, so this is the top layer. We've got kind of this little covered glass skylight area for my military who's out here in training. We've got a little fishing zone which has an artifact door locking it, which is open to the elements. I do need to put a roof on that. We got this little forested zone. Then we've got these very, very, very long walkways. These very long walkways are what we are going to use to construct the draining structures so that we will be able to drain more than one portion of the ocean in the future. And there's a dead agitated osprey. I guess one of my hunters did some work. Oh, no, it's agitated, so. We've got a Dwarf the way out to here, and it kind of goes around here. We are at the population cap of 79. It goes, again, all the way out to there as well. Since we're at 79. Is everybody actually in here? Yeah. Also, is this enabled? Yes, it is. As you can see, the ocean is draining. I'll explain how it's draining in a minute. If I go down, or it's drained, it's refilling. The stairs kind of go down through this center stairway, and then most of the fortress lives on 2 layers. This is the first layer, the upper layer. Am I actually caught up on bedrooms? I do need a couple more bedrooms. This is the first layer, the upper layer, and then this down here is the lower layer. The lower layer is like storage. We've got kitchens. I'm working on an extension to the kitchen, and we've got various additions to the kitchen and the extension to the kitchen. We've got a couple coffins over here. I've got a temple right there. This is the mayor's bedroom. We've got additional bedrooms over there. I need to make some more. Bedrooms mostly. Hospital in the middle. We've got our library, the constructive home. We've got the bodices of labor, and we've got I actually have 2 unused bedrooms. I should probably assign those. I could give those to those 2 children who are pissed off and probably could be benefited by no longer having to share a bed with their parents. And then up here we got little tiny farming area. There is the tavern. In the center of the tavern is the meeting area, and the outer edge of it is a dining hall. I probably need some more tables soon, but aside from that, the dwarves are pretty happy. They do quite like the tavern. These tables are clear glass, and most of them are encrusted with gems, so they're quite high value. We also have our general temple, so the Chapel of the Gods, which is our generic anything goes temple, although I should probably boost up the value of it a little bit. Are you part of the Chapel of the Gods? Yes, you are. So I should probably give them some higher value items and stuff. Maybe I have some statues I could put in here. Yeah, there we go. Let me chuck 2 of those in. And, oopsies, I am paused. I think that's pretty much it as far as show and tell of the fort goes. Over here, we got the mayor's office and dining hall. The mayor, ironically, is, I think, the most pissed off dwarf in the fort at the moment, which I personally find utterly fucking hysterical. If I actually go to the mayor, oh, no, okay, no longer the most pissed off, is in just like the orangey grump area. I'm not entirely positive as to why. He's just not happy with his life, I guess. You're here and you have pad thai. Oh! I haven't had pad thai in a minute. Let me just pause the game so I can get the camera centered so we can see the ocean filling. But hello, Suited. How are you today? You know, honestly, I wouldn't be all that surprised. Flying Fudge, if you respond to a comment with a command, it's going to do nothing in my chat. So, there you go. My bot doesn't recognize it as a command. It considers it a whisper, which says a lot about how Twitch does their under-the-hood programming, but... How goes the water filling? Still filling. I mean, it's a perfectly playable 6 FPS. It's much better. It's 5 to 6 frames per second is great. When compared to the, like, 2 frames per minute, it does while draining. Wet? Yeah. Well, something in there's wet, that's for sure. Actually, I should probably check wild animals, because I saw a dead osprey. We still have the 2 agitated giant octopus. I feel like they're going to die of old age soon. We've got 2 porcupines on the map. Those are new. The blue jays finally left at some point. And a peregrine falcon. Cool. And let me just double check. Do I have hunters at the moment? I don't. I'm actually just going to throw maybe these 2 dwarves in as hunters. And maybe swap you over to woodcutter. Do you consider that to be a question that is legitimate? Or are you just trying to start shit? Naturally, a creature that is underwater... Like, are you wet when you're underwater? How is that any different from a fish? What kind of question is that, you goofball? You little shit disturber, you. No, these are giant octopuses. Giant octopuses, Lord JJ, according to the wiki, live from 3 to 5 years. So, it depends on the type of octopus, and there's more than one type of octopus. Water's not real? I mean, maybe if you live in Flint, Michigan. So, a blog that I read that covers tech news, 404 Media, they bought a Super Bowl ad, and the way they did that was they went and looked up smallest media locations, like regions, basically, that have local TV. Well, a photo of a fish underwater is not wet, but like I said, you are... You know, I really try to encourage this chat to have discussions, but to me that isn't a discussion. You're just kind of being an ass our lives, and that's okay. We all have one, and we all feel the need to be them sometimes, but okay, thanks for sharing. That's all I have to say. I will not acknowledge this conversation for the remainder of the stream. So if you want me to interact with you, grow a brain cell and figure out how to operate it. That's all I have to say. Anyway, so this blog that I follow, they purchased a Super Bowl ad, and it cost them like $2,000 to get a 30-second ad on TV in this tiny little town in the middle of nowhere, America, during the Super Bowl. Can I just say that that's life goals now? No, you're good. You're good. You're good, our lives. I'm just not going to acknowledge it because I don't think that's a discussion that's worth having. It's like there's certain kinds of discussions where it's like, this isn't beneficial, it's not interesting, and it's not funny. It's like... It's like it's like role-playing a Reddit circle jerk. And if that's what you're into, have fun. Leave me the fuck out of it, because it's like, I don't want to see people arguing for the sake of arguing. It's like... Blah. The horse wing? Wait, are you referring to the, I woke up this morning and, like, was checking, like, updates on things while eating breakfast, and I saw something about Ferrari having an upside down, like, tail wing, but what? No, I'm role-playing as a Reddit mod by telling y'all to calm the fuck down. That's what I'm doing. You're not. I mean, our lives is role-playing as Redditor. But, you know, like, y'all know what I'm talking about. No, Malt, come on. It's really cool. Yeah, I haven't seen it in motion. I literally saw an article from the race about it and, like, read the headline and, like, read the first 2 lines and then looked at the clock and I was like, it's 8:45. I need to finish eating and turn the computer on. So, I haven't read it. No. Still draining? No. This is filling. It's filling. I was curious if punching more holes in the ocean would drain more of it more faster, but no. So the plan for today is I'm going to try and find at least the first cavern layer. Maybe more than the first cavern layer. I'm going to ideally locate, if not the magma sea, then some sort of semblance of where it is and start preparing to pump lava while also extending the walkways on the edges of the map with the end goal of draining the ocean, most likely off stream. I will most likely just like get it all prepared to drain it all the way down to nothing. Pause the game, save it, do a hard save, and then overnight or while I'm offline, let it drain. If I can get it ready to drain today, I might do that. And then lava geyser in the middle. That's the plan. I mean, can you give me the TLDR? Like, I've seen the pictures. Like, what you're sharing, I've seen. Yeah, I've seen all of the really interesting Ferrari wings, but, like, I'll be completely honest with you. I like Formula 1 a lot. And I don't mind watching and looking into preseason coverage. But I kind of don't care. Like, to me, it's just, like, it's just a big tease, in a way. Because in my experience of watching Formula 1 over the past, like, Jesus, has it been like 8 years now? Whenever there's a regulation change or a big shift in rules, or even like normal seasons in preseason testing, nothing fucking matters until race 1. It's like, it's fascinating, but like, I don't really know or can tell how much that says. 122 car wrecks on the QE2. What's the QE2? Wait, in one day? Yeah, why do you live there? That's a good question. No, I will not do that. 1000% will not do that. I'm going to tell you right now that my personal privacy and freedom and ability to step away from work for a little bit is more valuable than the, I don't know, $12 in ad revenue I will get from leaving the stream running all night. So, no thank you. Maybe if I was one of those channels that was making 7 figures a month, then I would consider doing that to just keep the gravy train rolling, but I would much prefer to just record it and pump it into a video somewhere. If I do something with it, or just upload it independently. I think personally, my personal privacy is more valuable than very small number of people sitting in my chat all night while I sleep. Drive to Survive is weird. Ah, there we go. Where a creature was finally notified as missing. Drive to Survive is neat. It's, I mean, you gotta remember, it is very much what it is. It's reality TV. If you treat it as something other than reality TV, you might be disappointed. Because they do exaggerate kind of a lot of stuff. This needs to be forbidden, otherwise it'll unexist my fort, potentially. So we're gonna get that pulled. Then they can go down through this hatch and go into the drain, which was draining the lava, or the ocean, and they can collect that body. If I jump up to here, I can also, I think I have another one? No, I don't. I don't have enough for 10 gold sarcophagus, but I should be able to make 3. Kind of would love to tune in when it finishes. That's awesome. But like I'm not going to leave a stream on the entire time. No. I mean, I'm not going to do the actual flooding of it. Or the like pumping lava into it. No, because the aquifer is not salt water. And also, dwarves will do everything in their power to not drink water. Salt water is not usable in cleaning wounds, and can't be used to keep prisoners alive. Like, they just can't drink it. It's undrinkable. So, no, we're not using salt water, and I don't have wells on the water. The well that I have is on an aquifer, which is not salt water. Good evening, Fulgur. Hello. With filling the ocean? Yeah, me too. I'll be honest. I'm going to try not to do it again today. But yeah, I don't know. I think that there's a lot of trends in live streaming Sergeant Donut that I think are exceptionally unhealthy for the creators that do it. It's part of the reason I think you see some pretty crazy crash outs and people going kind of nuts in this industry. And one of my personal projects or personal safety things over the years has been to not fall into those habits and try my damnedest to avoid them. And I do think one of those things is like sleep streams and like the... You know, you've heard about being chronically online, but what if, like, being chronically online was your job? With salt water? So pumps, when water goes through pumps, it becomes non-salt water. Like, it desalinates it. Pumps desalinate salt water. So if you make a mist generator, they will grab buckets of water from the ocean, and they will put it if you tell them to dump water somewhere. But the second the mist generator kicks off, if you're using pumps, it'll desalinate it. So there's that. But waterfalls with saltwater, dwarves get mist from in. They're happy. I am not a Reddit mod, actually, suited. In fact, I barely ever sign into Reddit anymore. Sure, but assuming I do end up letting it run all night and it doesn't break, Sergeant Donut, I will, time lapse it and stick it up on YouTube. Like, I will make sure that you guys are able to see it. In fact, if I run it over a weekend, I could theoretically do it twice, once in ASCII and once in normal. Although it would just go up on the extras channel. It wouldn't go up on the main channel. So I would make sure that you guys have some way of seeing it. I just wouldn't live stream it. Yeah, so if you need to desalinate water in Fortress mode, you can do that. I mean, sure, you could do that, but then I would need to have 2 copies of OBS running, and you know exactly what happened the last time we attempted that. Remember that, Suited? We did attempt that once. OBS doesn't like having a second copy of OBS to compete with. It's a very self-centered individual piece of software that doesn't like letting other people have an opportunity to, or other pieces of software to have an opportunity to get their ticks in on the CPU. I don't know what that means, Arid J. You posted that in 2 chats. You posted that in the YouTube and in the Twitch. Is that hello in Arabic? Looks like it. I mean, I just, went through the, 3 layers of, software to translate it, so. Well, I figured that out. It just took me a right-click, a scroll to the translate in new tab, and then click translate, and then it didn't know what language it was, so I had to presume that it was in Arabic and check that, and then I got the hello, so then I said hello. I was just thinking out loud the entire time I was doing it. So I didn't catch that giant sperm whale. We did that for science during a test embark, because I did a test embark, not in this exact location, but in the same region. I just liked this land mass more that had a giant sperm whale in it. So there are giant sperm whales in the area. But the way I caught it in that short was I used DF hack teleport to teleport it onto the beach and wait for it to die of, like, lack of water, and then we butchered it. That was during the, like, 8-hour-long stream of Embarks and World Gens, which the fucking MVP Shogun in my comments section timestamped the entire thing. Timestamped the entire thing. I mean, the actual hope of this fort is that another whale will show up, right? Like, that's kind of the entire, not reason, but, like, it's one of the main incentives for me building what I'm building. I've never seen one in game, no. I mean, it's impossible for me to be de-Googled, but I try to use Google at a minimum. Minimal grammar in YouTube chat. I mean, in order to have a YouTube account, I have a Google account. But, like, I don't use Google Docs unless somebody sends me one. I use Google Forums because I don't have a better alternative. I need to find one, though. I recently removed Gmail from my life. I still have a Gmail account, obviously, but, like, I'm not using it as my primary email anymore. It does forward to my Fastmail account that I have now, but I no longer use Gmail. Google just kind of sucks as a search engine now, so I kind of don't use Google a lot. I've been using DuckDuckGo more recently, and also I use Stract when it's a reasonable option, but I also, like, I don't really live in a world where I need to do a lot of web searching anyway. You prefer Ask Jeeves? There was, there's a person who comes by this channel sometimes who's almost quite literally named Ask Jeeves. I don't know what that means, Nickpaw. And I'm a little bit too lazy to right-click and check. Open text? Sure. I don't disagree with that, Rita J, but I would say that Google has been going downhill for a long time before their, like, overuse of Gemini really started. I mean, like, their ridiculous overuse of, like, generated nonsense is annoying as hell, and certainly something that's made them a lot worse, but it's not like Google has been getting better in the last 10 years in general. It's just kind of like they gained like 10 years of enshittification in like 8 months. Also, investments are open for those of you who are keeping an eye out for those. And name something should be available if anybody's looking for that. I think it was quite a bit before that, actually. I think when advertisements started, like, blotting out the first link, it started going downhill. At least for me. So I have a friend who works for Microsoft, Ham of Doom, and I went to PAX in 2023. And I crash on his sofa when I go to PAX. And we had this wild discussion because he went from working at Microsoft proper to working at GitHub. And we were talking about Copilot, basically. And, like, he's an engineer who's done quite a bit of work in that part of GitHub. And I was like, you know, they're selling Copilot laptops at like Best Buy, and he had no idea. He was completely unaware that like Copilot first laptops were being sold at Best Buy. He's like, I'm making a programmer tool. Why the fuck are they putting those in laptops? That shouldn't be there. That's not what that's built for. What the hell? It was actually kind of wild to witness. Speaking of Microsoft, actually, I listened to Jeff Gerstmann, like once of GameSpot, now of himself, and previously of Giant Bomb. But he went to DICE this past, like, last week, I guess, because that was when DICE was. And he ran into and he was talking about this on his podcast on Tuesday. Back when the Xbox One released, there was a bunch of wild stories, and I think most of you probably remember this if you were paying attention to any kind of games news at the time, where before the Xbox One was announced, they brought a bunch of press in to speak with executives and people working on the Xbox One. And they drove them in a bus to where all the interviews were going to happen. They did the interviews, and not everybody got to talk to everybody because, you know, there's a lot of people, right? Everybody gets back on the bus and they start comparing notes. And they immediately realized that every single executive was saying different things about what the Xbox One was going to do and what they were focusing on. So for some of them, it was like primarily a TV box that like could play video games. For some of them, it was primarily a gameplay device that like you could use as a TV box. Some of them weren't even like talking about video games. They were just talking about like external apps and like running your house with smart devices and shit. And so with that context there, Jeff was at DICE and talking to some people who worked at Xbox at the time, and stated on his podcast that this individual that he was speaking with at DICE, he didn't say who it was, but like somebody who was working at Microsoft at the time is no longer with Microsoft, that's just what it was like working on the Xbox team at the time. Like, everybody had a different idea. They were all in disagreement. There was a sort of power struggle and almost no communication. And it feels like they're still like that. And like, honestly, like hearing that makes just Microsoft in general make a lot more sense. And like, for clarity, like, that was 2011, guys. That was 2011. I mean, it was the Xbox One was the Xbox that, like, I would say killed the Xbox. Or, like, certainly started it dying. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, hello. Also, congratulations. You are now a subscription to the channel, courtesy of Nix. Thanks, Nix. Appreciate you. Too many cooks, yeah, and half of them ain't human anymore. Dwarf. Xbox One. Remember when they called it the X-Bone? And then Microsoft bought that domain? It was good times. I feel like... Okay, so... From what I can tell, I don't think they're fucking with GitHub, but, like, they're certainly fucking around GitHub. Like, from my perspective as an idiot who has to unfortunately use GitHub once in a while, it still looks like an unusable mess of, like, nonsense programmer UI. People didn't like if you can't afford an Xbox One, buy an Xbox 360. That's not what people didn't like. What people didn't like was always online, no discs, and not a great launch lineup, and they spent more time talking about how it was going to run your TV than, like, being an Xbox. But you need to remember this was 2011. Like, I realize they've basically got there now. Was it? I need to look when it was actually announced. I feel like it was 2011. But anyway, I don't know. I don't ever use the GitHub backend, so if shit's changing, I don't know. All right. Nix, you would like a dwarf named. Sorry, I was in a ramble fest. I did see that fly by, though. Beard or no beard, and any other request? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it fly by. I was just in the middle of a thought, and if I stopped talking, I would forget. Hey, Stacy's the happiest dwarf. No beard? Okay, you get number 2 happy dwarf. You are married to Atir, polished merchant. If you want to look yourself up, you could look up your last name, Shockbridged, in Legends at !legends or legends.blindarrow.net. Nix, U-M-I-A. She was interested after having an intellectual discussion. What have you been up to recently? You sleep in a very good bedroom. You were near a fine trap, near a fine furnace. Lovely. She can be very happy and optimistic, is slow to anger, and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to not be swayed by personal information and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And she is a hardened individual, after all. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish and doesn't really value merrymaking. She likes borax, steel, and yellow glossier, as well as pond grabber leather and the color tan, crossbows, tables, and ballista arrows, and cats for their aloofness. Gigantic pandas for their gigantic fluffy heads. Okay. and bellies. And when possible, prefers to consume... gigantic pandas for their gigantic fluffy heads and bellies. And when possible, prefers to consume long yam plants, persimmon wine, and bumblebee honey. And hates leeches. For their gigantic fluffy heads and their fluffy tummies. Is that why? Her teeth are widely spaced, and her somewhat broad ears are short. Her pale pink skin is wrinkled, and her slightly sunken raw umber eyes are close set. She's married to Atir, who has a fancy crown. He played RuneScape once and still thinks it's cool. You have a lover in the fort, who's George. Well, that's fun. And you have 2 children, Bim and Moses. So your lover, George over here, is relieved after discussing a problem with an acquaintance. I wonder, actually, hold on. When did you arrive? You got here in 203. Your husband got here in 203. When did George get here? Actually, hold on. Does George even does your husband even know your lover? That's always like curious to me. Okay, you're a passing acquaintance. They've met. She's introduced you. But when did George arrive? 202. So George got here first. Huh. Neat. So when did you 2 get together? Were you together before you got here? Like, I feel like that would be a thing, like a new romance or something. Yeah. No, I think you 2 were together before you got here. How many more layers do we have to refill? Thought I saw... Oh, a bunch of jellyfish. Look at that. Your salt maker, necromancer, your first ever necromancer, surprisingly. Not sure how to deal with it. Them, TBH, any ideas? Keep them out of combat. You could just expel them if you don't want to deal with it. But the main thing is just keep them out of combat. Because I could summon creatures that could kill them and everybody around them. Unless you want to very heavily dedicate to running a necromancer fort full of undead that aren't feeling and don't feel fear. You may have issues. But generally, the rule of thumb is keep them out of combat. And aside from that, they're perfectly normal dwarves. No more. Well, we're refilling it, Derek. But no, it took about an hour to close a drawbridge. Yeah, I saw the Ross video about that, Mr. Pooh. Also, it's always funny to see people who I'm used to seeing in the YouTube chat pop up in the Twitch chat, and it's like, whoa, okay. Especially when you have the same usernames on both platforms. Although there's like, I've counted at this point 4 different people that have the name Bismuth with different numbers at the end. And they're all different people from what I can tell. There's 2 that frequent the YouTube chat and 2 that frequent the Twitch chat, and one of the YouTube chat ones also comes over to the Twitch chat sometimes. One of the Twitch chat ones has never subscribed. One of the Twitch chat ones has been subscribed for like 30 plus months. Any Fisher Dwarves without names? Oh, absolutely. If you can get the name redemption, it will be up in 11 minutes. Hymn of Doom. But I can always assign more. Although you might be in an ad if you didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Did you hear that, Hymn of Doom? The one felt much like a downgrade as someone who had the 360 with your main console growing up. I don't necessarily think it was a downgrade. I think that like the Xbox One prioritized the wrong things for the era. I actually would almost argue that the Xbox One was kind of like 6 years too early, maybe 10 years too early. Because I think like if the Xbox One released as it was, or like if it released 10 years later with similar marketing, I think it would have done fine. But, you know, they just managed to burn all of their goodwill by putting out a product that people didn't really want at the time. That's mostly how I see the Xbox One. And also, like, you know, it had flaws. It wasn't as lean and well-designed of a product as the Xbox 360 was. Yeah, it'll be out of stock until it's been down for 25 minutes, Hymn of Doom. So right now, it was redeemed 12 minutes ago. It's a 25-minute cooldown. Otherwise, every dwarf would be named, and every single time there was a migrant wave, I would just be naming dwarves. I used to just give out dwarves basically whenever somebody wanted one. But the result basically was I would spend like 15, 20 minutes at a time reading dwarf descriptions, and there was never any dwarves available. And that was back when there was about 50 people to 100 people watching on average, instead of like 150 to 300 watching on average. So, are there any bards or musicians? No. You don't get visitors on Oceans, so I just disabled them anyways. I want to say that's still just an ongoing known bug. I don't know. It's not really something that I've messed with. I could possibly like assign somebody as a bard, but I was thinking about maybe making about maybe making somebody into a tavern keeper. Definitely not the mayor though, because the mayor's pissed off, and the reason he's pissed off all the time is because all he does is argue with people. He keeps on getting into arguments and getting mad about it. It's like, well, you're arguing with people. Why are you mad about it? Stop arguing with people, you doofus. I like to think that the mayor of this fortress is just basically just Alex Jones, except like whales, deep sea monsters. It's just like a crazy conspiracy theorist just like screaming. The mayor is us? What, just arguing and pissed off all the time? We're just like all of Reddit, Twitter, you know. Can YouTube name dwarves? I sometimes check them out to YouTube. Minimal grammar. The way that it usually happens is if I'm feeling like reading for a bit, I will like ask YouTube people to post X number of a certain emote, and the first person to do it, I give it out. YouTube has like absolutely no usable infrastructure for me to like schedule something like that. So I would have to run another bot, and I don't really want to pay for another bot, and I don't really want to pay for a bot, and I don't really want to run another bot. And my bot isn't compatible with YouTube. So I don't really have an easy way of doing that. So yeah, the other way that you could name things is if you subscribe at tier 2 on Twitch, or the $7 a month tier on my blog, but then you have to email me your Twitch username. There's a little bit of it. There's an extra step there on the blog. Then you get access to a command on Twitch, which lets you skip the line, basically. Well, it's not turning the friggin' squids gay, but it is making them agitated. Ham of Doom. That or maybe instead of like the Alex Jones mayor, maybe the mayor is just like... Maybe the mayor is like the guy from Zombieland who just really wants a Twinkie. Except instead of a Twinkie, it's like... just wants to eat a giant octopus or a whale or a shark. So he's just constantly mad and getting into arguments with people and starting shit because he hasn't had his fix in a while. Honestly, in regards to what Minimal's talking about, it's less of a, could I do it? Certainly. Am I going to do it? No. And you want to know why? Because I already have Twitch chat, YouTube chat, Twitch notifications, Streamlabs notifications, Twitch ad scheduling, and Twitch redemptions. Fluxer, Discord, my bot, OBS, and a video game, all currently visible on my screen, and that's not including the other things that I'm running that aren't currently tabbed in. And I already miss, like, the Twitch redemptions. So I'm already, like, I've got a lot of things that I'm looking at. There is a world where I will give YouTube more ability to interact, but more likely, the more likely outcome is that'll happen in a world where I'm hosting a third stream with a separate chat, which I would like to do at some point, but I'm not there yet. That's overstimulating to even listen to. I mean, here, I'll do a thing real quick. I don't actually have Fluxer on my phone, but you just grab a wide angle lens here. I will take a photo of my desk. I will post this on the Discord and then pop it up. I will post this on the Discord and then pop it up on the stream. I actually don't think I got everything in the shot. Did I? I'll also post it on the Fluxer, but I'll do that a few minutes later. Okay. The water looks like a rain cloud. It kind of does, actually. I was thinking more like a squid swimming or like a jellyfish, but it does kind of look like a rain cloud, doesn't it? There. Scroll down. Yeah, this didn't even get everything. Kind of looks like the Brave logo, actually. The water. That's currently it. That's the setup at the minute. So I've got 3 tabs of Twitch things. Behind this, I've got Streamlabs. I've got Twitch chat. I got YouTube chat. I've got Fluxer and Discord stacked on top of each other. I got my bot, and I got OBS. It's 4 monitors. And then the MIDI controller is in the process of being set up to be used as a stream deck, because I've just had it sitting on my shelf. And I only use it like maybe twice a year when I play with my synthesizers. So, like, feel like it's kind of just collecting dust, so I want to do something with it, but I need to get a plugin set up. What's the rat? Is it a pet? No, it's an inside joke that I'm too lazy to get rid of. This is a plushy rat because when I used to play Dwarf Fortress in ASCII before the Steam version came out, a very common question I would get is, how do you play this game? And my response always was, with a mouse. This looked like a mouse when I bought it on Amazon, but when it arrived, like the thing I bought was like half the size and looked like a mouse. But when it arrived, it was definitely not a mouse. And so I sent them an email and said, hey, I think you sent me the wrong thing. And they didn't even respond to the email, but they refunded it. So I was like, well, cool. I have a mouse now, I guess. So yeah, that's what it is. And now I don't know, throw it across. Sometimes I use it for visual gags. It lives there. I don't know. It's like a desk plant. I also have a desk plant, which not really. I mean, this is gonna be invisible mostly, isn't it? I have this is just show and tell stream now while I wait for the water to fill. No, that's the wrong thing. This is the one I'm looking for. I got this. It's in a gin bottle. I'm trying not to spill water here. Yeah, there it is. It was a really nice bottle of gin, actually. It was really, 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 really good. As like just with some ice cubes, a little bit of simple syrup. IKEA, no. I haven't been in an IKEA in like 15 years. No, I bought that at a local plant store for $4 a stem, and I bought 2 stems, and I've cut them in half. That's such an oddly specific thing. Next, considering like this tooth is dead and cracked and has a hairline crack through the middle of it, and I'm gonna need to get it replaced sometime in the next 10 years. I don't know. I'm terrible at taking compliments. Are we draining? No, we are filling an ocean. We are not draining it. Ads character? I don't think advertisements have much character, but sure. Anyway, please don't try to double down the compliment. I'm just terrible at taking them. Thank you. Let's move on. Because I will just keep on coming up with reasons as to why I disagree with the compliment. That's not something I'm good at taking. We've always been a Jameson and Guinness guy. I respect it, but can't be me. How about you just say thank you? I think I said a thank you in the middle there. Thank you. There, done. Ironically, I handle insults better than I take compliments. Which is, maybe says a lot about me, but... Accurate? Because I find insults funny, generally. Especially when people try really hard. Because it's like, oh man, you're mad. But like when somebody compliments me, I just go, yeah, it's not true. It's not real. It's a lie. You're lying. Stop lying. I don't believe you. You made that up. That's not true. It's false. It's like that show with Riker, who I definitely can't remember the name of the actor at the minute. Because I can never remember his name for some reason. Did they make coffin yet? I guess not. It's only 1 or 2 more layers, and then the frame rate will start stabilizing. Like, it's literally 1 more layer after this. Why was the water drained? Through a hole in the bottom of the ocean. Why? Because I wanted to see if the frame rate would stabilize eventually. And I wanted an idea of how long it was going to take. I've also only drained half of it. And why? Because I want to, I don't know, push this game to the limits partially for my own amusements and see if I can consistently catch and or kill deep sea creatures. Jonathan Frakes, yeah, that's his name. Is it weird to anyone else that both Jonathan Frakes and William Shatner both had pretty similar spooky stories to tell in the dark that's kind of creepy-ish shows? It was like William Shatner's Weirder What? And Jonathan Frakes, whatever the fuck that show was called. We made that up. We lied about it. It's bullshit show. Have I seen Shatner's Common People? No, I have not. The only reason I saw Weirder What was because I used to work night shift at McDonald's, and it was one of the things that was on one of the 3 channels that we had at the time during night shift. So when I was on my lunch break, it was either that or Pawn Stars. So sometimes I watched that and sometimes it was Pawn Stars. Honestly, like that 3-minute bit from that Jonathan Frakes show, I think might be the majority of what I've seen of that show. Because I've never actually seen the Jonathan Frakes one. I've only seen William Shatner's Weirder What. But like, I love that like 5-minute YouTube video, which is just him saying that you're wrong for 5 minutes. And like getting 5 years older in every clip, it fucks with me. What, being in weird conspiracy shows? Or spooky story shows? He's doing a podcast with Data? Wait, Frakes or Shatner? Yes, it can, Music Mixer. Literally just go to video settings and click that. That is a very confusing sentence to read if you're just skimming chat like I tend to, because I'm reading 2 chats in real time. Terminator. But yeah, okay. Frakes is doing a podcast with Data. Shatner's doing ads for brand flakes, not Frakes. I'm just saying that Jonathan Frakes should have a cereal and they should call it Jonathan Flakes. That's all. That's my pitch. Bland Frakes. Bran Flakes. Bran Frakes, yes. Frakes Flakes. Definitely not dandruff. Certified cereal. Not to be confused with his ice cream parlor / milkshake stand, Jonathan Shakes. Wait, no, that would be more of a, like a booster juice. I'm workshopping this. Well, you'll never know until you try it, Crafty. Some people might pay more for that, in fact. My milk frakes bring all the nerds to the yard, and they're like, beam me up. Whoop 9. All right, let's turn the graphics back on, because ironically, it runs slower in ASCII when doing this. I don't know why. Like I get like 4 or 5 more frames a second, which is like 100% faster. The Fisher Dwarf named Squilliam. Beard is the preference, but doesn't matter. So the bearded one is fucking pissed. If that's coolio with you, we can go with that. I don't know why he's pissed. One of the two maddest dwarfs in the fort. Or he developed it, or he's developed a tremor. I hope not. I hope he has a long, healthy life. Give me the mad lad. All right. The only big reminder I got for the dwarf naming is keep track of your dwarf's name in Legends, and if they die, then you can name another one. Otherwise, I might veto it if you name too many. You want me to name it Squilliam? Basically, let other people redeem things. That's the only request. Takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and likes a little excitement now and then. He is a friendly individual, of course, and he likes to keep things practical without delving particularly deeply into the abstract. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. And, where was I? Completely lost my spot. I don't know why. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he tends to avoid crowds. And he tries to keep his thing orderly, but he finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this, as he values artwork and its creation, and he has little interest in joking around. His last name is Kindled Paper. Little fire starter, you. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees merrymaking as a waste, finds maintaining decorum a silly fumbling waste of time, and doesn't particularly value the truth. Maybe he's lying about how pissed off he is. He likes phthalate and aluminum and green tourmaline, as well as cave spider silk, the color plum. High boots, armadillo men, for their thick, bony armor plates. And the words of the Page of Crystal, and when possible, he prefers to consume koala, chichery, and fonio beer. He hates worms. Doesn't like digging around in the dirt very much. He's got some history. I mean, he was a former member of the Tomb of Entrances and the Boulder of Running. So the Indiana Jones themed fort and the Indiana Jones II movie themed fort. You have quite a large family, in fact. You do actually have a daughter. I assume your spouse either passed away or you're not married. Whoa. I don't actually know what I clicked, but let's finish reading that. Where did the name Squilliam come from, by the way? You have a younger half-brother who lives here. Yeah, your daughter lives here, or doesn't live here, but your partner, you either got divorced at some point. Your cousin, Alf, unfortunately, we had to drown him. Oh, that might be why you're upset. Well, we didn't have to. I sort of maybe kind of drowned him. He got bit by a were creature, and so he's no longer with us. I see. You have a lover named Tekka who doesn't live here. So that's probably got something to do with it, if I were to bet. I mean, let's look at your actual thoughts recently. Horrified after seeing Alf's dead body. How? All right, okay. So no, we didn't drown Alf. Alf wasn't the dwarf that I drowned. Alf was the dwarf that died after being ripped into tiny little itty-bitty pieces and having their throat and back bit repeatedly by a were-civet. So, got into a tussle with a were creature and was very heroic. I mean, was actually biting and punching it right until the bitter end. But their spine got collapsed and their neck was broken and they died of suffocation, which is, unfortunate, kind of sucks. But the good news is it was them, not you. The bad news is you witnessed it. So that's why you're so pissed off. But you're excited in remembering performing. You seem to really like yelling at people in charge. Honestly, me too. And it's great that they let you do that. You do really like watching performances. I feel like you might work as a tavern keeper. We'll do that. I'm just not going to put a chest in there so that you can't serve alcohol, which will minimize issues with dwarves being overworked. But I'll leave you as a fisher dwarf as well. So your two primary tasks are going to be fishing when it's enabled. It's not enabled right now because we have too much fish and my food stockpile was overflowing. It's fine. And I'll re-enable it when we need more minnows. Are the benefits good? Well, there's no pay, which is standard for dwarves, but there's free food and beverage and free room and board and free clothing when available. I mean, currently you are drinking out of an oaken cup, a glass of dwarven wine, and the oaken cup that you are using is an oaken cup encrusted with masterfully worked, tapered, baguette cut, white chalice donies made by Romanoid, who is in an aquarium in the drain for the ocean, because he's also a were creature. Sorry. What's the world coming to? Adult films? That's my first guess. Anyways. You asked. Now you're just, why are you imagining me as a therapist, Minimal Grammar? In YouTube chat, Music Mixer asks, can any creature be a were person? No, there's a strict list of were creatures that exist, but every single time a god curses a dwarf, there is a weighted chance, if there's already an existing were creature in the world, that was cursed by either them previously or a god with a similar sphere, that'll be the same type of were creature. But if a different god curses a different dwarf somewhere else, then it's just picked at random based on the spheres that they are associated with. If you go to the wiki, there is a list with a list of all the sprites. They're all pretty great. I'm not gonna lie. They're all pretty great. Were sheep is like, mwah! Can vampires be were creatures? Yes, but the way that were creatures become were creatures is they have to desecrate a temple, and the god just has to be a dick about it. So if the god is a dick about it, and they desecrate a temple, they can get cursed by the god, which can, I don't know, turn them into a sheep, give them bad luck for a while, or like turn them into a were creature or a vampire. If they have been cursed by a god, that is a permanent curse, so like were creature or vampire, then they can't get another curse. So like if a vampire was cursed by a god and is like the first vampire of a line of vampires, and they go beat up a bunch of temples, they won't get cursed again and become a were creature. However, if a vampire gets bit by a were creature, then yes, they can become a were creature. Although if you want to see something truly horrific, take a were creature and a necromancer and a bunch of random civilians and plop them in a room and watch some carnage. Because what will happen is every single one of those civilians that gets bit and dies will be resurrected by the necromancer. And every single severed limb will immediately become a zombified, full-size, full-bodied were creature. So if it's a zombie hand, a zombie arm, a zombie leg, a zombie torso, a zombie head. So like one dwarf could become like, I don't know, at least 5 full-size were creatures. And that works in like a wave, right? So that zombie hand becomes a were creature, full-size, full body, and then bites an arm on the next dwarf over and rips that dwarf apart, and then you have 5 more. I've literally seen them go brrrr, and just like domino effect through the entire fort, like immediately before. It's like just insta-dead fort. I've had that happen before. The 2 times it's happened, I've gone back to a save. Both times after witnessing it and just been like, ah. So fun fact about were creatures, though, Music Mixer. Were creatures regenerate when they become a were creature. So if it's like a zombie hand, becomes a were creature, goes back to being a zombie hand. Won't become a zombie hand, will become a zombie. Full-bodied zombie. But if when they're in were-creature form, if you knock their teeth out, they can't spread the disease. Because if they have no teeth, they are not capable of penetrating skin by biting, and they have to penetrate skin. So if you get bit by, if you see in a combat log, a dwarf gets bit by a were-creature and it's just a bruise, they're not infected. It's not a glitch, like that's just intended functionality. Tiny. It's more of like a horrifying result of the game's design than anything. Let's just pause the game real quick. I'm curious about how many more layers I gotta do. Okay, so one more layer after this. But we are in an ad break. I think actually what I'm going to do. Yeah, what are these? Conglomerate. Rock, great. Yeah, we'll just use conglomerate. That'll be fine. No, because it requires saliva. They have to bite. There are some... No, Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortressy. RimWorld took most of those ideas. It's like the other way around. But fiddle me this, Falger. Okay, so there are I made a video about or two videos actually about a certain map that has weather zombies. So zombies that get covered with a substance. It's a randomly generated named substance, and that it's Abominable Smoke Zombies. Abominable Smoke is the name of the substance in that world. It's the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history, and then the sequel to it. Those zombies, they get covered with a liquid, right? And while running around, they kind of just get covered in it. If that liquid touches your skin, you become a zombie. However, if they get rained on or if they get completely cleaned off and they get the liquid off of them, then them touching you won't turn you into a zombie. They have to bite you and get saliva into your bloodstream. However, if they get cleaned off and they get their teeth removed, they cannot spread the disease. They're still extremely strong, but they can't spread it. That sounds like a fort where once a month your frame rate will just drop down to almost nothing. But defending, I want to say, I can't remember the name of the video. There's a YouTuber named Hoodie Hair, and she makes videos of like pretty short videos about full forts. It's been a long time since she's uploaded. But Hoodie Hair has a video basically about like what you need to actually do to weaponize were creatures. Requires a lot of adventure mode play and biting a lot of people in their sleep to spread wereisms. And doing that for hours, basically. And then isolating, reinfecting every single dwarf that comes into your fort. And having a small population of non-infected and a large population of infected. And a fuck ton of micromanagement. So if somebody wants to find that video and link it, you can. But it's like, it's one of those things where it sounds really doable and easy, but there's like a lot of, like, it's sort of like my vampire video, right? Or like Krug Smash's series about building a vampire fortress, Honeystoker, which is like the Dwarf Fortress certified fucking classic. But it's sort of like that where on paper, it seems like it should be pretty straightforward. The reality is it's a pain in the ass to play. How deep is this? Wow, there's actually still kind of a lot to fill here. It's so much micro in a game that is not designed for micro, basically. No, were creatures' claws don't spread the disease. At least not in my experience. He uploaded 2 videos in the last 3 months. He's still around. Posts frequently on his Discord server, and I'm pretty sure he's still posting frequently on his Patreon. I don't really look at Patreon emails. I'm filling the ocean, actually. Alexi? Hoodie hair was the video I was talking about. Alma the Wizard. Look up Cavern Tavern, and you'll find them. You'll find their videos. Yeah, I mean, Krug Smash comes up like maybe once or twice a week. Maybe once a week in this chat. It's twice this week, but Krug Smash, like, as far as I can tell, dealt with a lot of burnout. Found making videos a lot harder for the Steam version, and this is something that I fear greatly, and one of the reasons why I try to experiment like every 3rd major video is if you make primarily one type of thing as a creative person, regardless of how much variation you're capable of putting into it, eventually it just starts to feel like you're making the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And I'm speculating. I don't actually know exactly why Krug Smash took like a year off. But if I were to bet, it would be burnout related to that. Because his videos are great, very entertaining, lovely to watch, but quite formulaic in their production. And even if the stories are different, if the actual production of the video is identical, I'm not surprised that, like, creatively he needed to take time. That, or YouTube just didn't serve it to you because he didn't upload for so long. Like, I actually had that happen quite a bit with my last Future of the Fortress video. It didn't get served to anywhere near as many people as it normally does because I didn't upload a proper video for like a month. Like, I got like maybe 40% of the people of it. It got sent to about 40% of the people those videos normally get sent to because I tend to upload about once a week usually. But I didn't upload for about a month just due to, I don't know. I would say seasonal depression, but I don't think that's accurate. A little bit of my own burnout and depression. So, lack of motivation, maybe is what I should say. Thankfully, I'm always motivated to stream, so I will always be here. Also, Darky42, hello. It's good to see you, by the way. So yeah, I think like the thing to remember about like YouTube channels, if you have a YouTuber that you like who just kind of disappears, they probably have like a private social media or some sort of community hub somewhere, either like a Patreon or a blog or a Discord server. And it's very rare that people disappear altogether. Like, they will almost always resurface at some point. It's just a matter of time, really. Like, I do genuinely believe that, like, as much of a burnout-heavy industry as this is, hold on. Is that an octopus fighting with a porcupine? The chat. I don't know how this porcupine ended up in the ocean. Also, there's a dead octopus. Chat, Octoward is dead. I wonder if he died of old age. It's possible. I want to say that they're turning 3 this year. Yeah, I mean, he died at layer 40. Hold on, let me just find this out. Oh, no, really? He actually died while I was draining it. Oh, that's wild. That's wild. So now we have a new fish. We've got a ocean sunfish. I know what these are, but I don't think I've ever seen one of these. Not in Dwarf, at least. Wow. Sonic just wanted to be blue, minimal grammar in YouTube chat, so there's no reason to scream his name. I mean, he just wanted to be blue, and the easiest way to be blue is to jump into the ocean. Unfortunately, there was a giant octopus waiting. Fish being sad because of the rain? Mm-hmm. Freshwater. Yucky. I do love that that's just like a constant for all creatures in existence in Dwarf Fortress worlds. They just get annoyed at being in the rain. Which is funny to me because, like, I feel like, don't fish jump more in the rain? At least that was always, like, the freshwater catching trout knowledge that I knew when I used to go fishing with my dad. Yeah, it's not a moonfish or a rain cloud fish. It's a sunfish. It wants to go tanning. Also, while this is doing its thing in the background, I'm gonna go look up a real life picture of a sunfish. And also the DF Wiki. Because sunfish are huge! Okay, so according to the Dwarf Fort Wiki, they live for 20 to 30 years. They are 1 million centimeters cubed. A dwarf is 60,000 centimeters cubed, so they're pretty large. Like, these are sunfish. They're just, like, constantly expressing the YouTube face. Sunfish should start a YouTube channel because, honestly, they have banger thumbnails. Look at this guy. He shook. Actually, maybe she shook. I don't know. Is that her child? I'm actually not totally sure. They too derp. They too derp. Meanwhile, over here, this is their wiki for like food and such. They have scales. They have 1 skull. Okay, 11 bones, 1 spleen, 2 eyes. Do they have a pet value? They don't have a pet value. Eurus likes ocean sunfish for their strange fins, not their gaping mouths. Infant ocean sunfish are called ocean sunfish fry, and they do have a baby sprite. Those are neat. They have bone rather than cartilage, but are second to sturgeons in Dwarf Fortress due to their massive size. How big are sturgeons? Oh, 1.5 million. Oh, jeez. Wow. I think the other octopod just went kaput. Because there's only one now. Unless it's just in that one tiny area that I can't see, which is possible. Here comes the last wave. While that's running, I'm gonna go down here to the fort. And I'm gonna go into here and I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna do that. And I'm just gonna double check that they can access it. Yes, they can. And I'm gonna place this. Maybe dead, or just like, because there's one chunk of the ocean that for some reason I can't see. Like, I can see it as the player, which is weird, but it's this. It's like, for some reason, it's like not available. I don't know why. It's been perplexing me for a while. I'm out of rocks to make into into blocks. But so it might not be dead, but it might be dead. What a coinky dink? Oh, that's interesting. Starsmore. I don't watch any ocean aquatics based YouTube, so that's pretty cool. Watching the last of the ocean just like flood in. This looks like a music visualizer or like a really bizarre like equalizer. Those pianos with the lights, yeah, like the piano sequencers or like a weird actually this kind of looks like a tracker. Like tracker music, you know? Like the tracker sequencers. That's actually a funny emote, Tarly. Is that just a fish being eaten by a bigger fish? I remember once I was fishing with my dad, my older sister, on a dock when we were camping. And I haven't been fishing since I was a kid. My older sister's rod was doing this. Like very slightly moving. Like, there was a little bit of like wind and we were thinking it was just the wind, but my dad was like, you might actually have something on there. And she goes, I don't think so. I haven't felt anything. Picked up the rod, checked it. Yeah, no resistance, whatever. Put it back down. And then suddenly it just went boom, bent over like that. And my older sister grabs the rod, starts reeling. My dad grabs the net. I pull in my line so we don't like get them tangled or whatever. My dad pulls in his line so we don't get them tangled. And we see this large trout on her line. And it's like swimming around. My dad goes to net it and then it swims off. We're like, what the fuck? I was just like, damn it. Like we've just figured it got off the hook or broke the line or whatever. Sister wheels in the last of it. And there was a fish about this big holding onto the hook. With the hook through the side of its head. So there had been a little fish on this line that ate the worm and got stuck on the hook. That was like the size of my thumb. That had been there for who knows how long. That got swallowed, spat out, and we pulled it off the hook, and it swam away because it was in the cartilage in the top of its mouth, but like didn't puncture like all the way through or anything. But it was like enough to get it caught. And it swam away, so who knows? Eurus Constantou. Fish. Which one? That's a legit always a bigger fish story. Oh yeah, no, it was genuinely one of the funniest days I ever went fishing. I want to say we didn't catch anything that day aside from that as well. So it was like all we caught was a funny story. I'm not entirely sure who that is. I figured it was a reference to something, but like, which one would you like? Those are your options right now. There's kind of a lot of aquatic creatures in the game, Indigo Silverbell, in the YouTube chat. Yeah, it's just lore. Well, no, it's lore or Dodok. Or Dodok's available. Lore's available. Ocean's David Attenborough. Oh, all right. It's definitely a name that I've heard before. I have no reference. Well, you get a beardless dwarf, or I could assign a dwarf with a beard as one. Oopsies, that's not it. Although, like I said earlier, currently it's turned off. If he's a biologist, then... Should be a scholar and fisher dwarf. C-O-U-S-T-E-A-U. Looks right. He's completely careless with resources when completing projects. He invariably wastes a lot of time and effort. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, does not find most jokes humorous, tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, is often nervous, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and chews his cheek when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values sacrifice, decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. I'm happy he doesn't hate nature. That would be like very out of character. Likes lignite, rose gold, topaz, water buffalo hoof, penguin tooth, giant impala bone, color saffron, quivers, tables, flasks, cavies for their adorable call, and worm men for their wriggling. Great. And the words of the Page of Crystal and the Sight of the Lute of Poets. When possible, of course, he prefers to consume cabbages and sorghum beer and can't stand toads. I forgot I'm blind. Ham of Doom. And he's processing hemp plants. All right, so that's the last of the water. This is going to take a while to fill. The last layer takes forever to fill for one reason or another. So I have two plans. First thing I got to do, actually, hold up. I just need to wait until most of the shoreline is above 4, which it all is. Sweet, now I can turn off the burrow. Oopsies. And somebody's going to go find a body. After this gets done. Save the game? Sure. Right after this lever gets pulled. Because I made him into a tavern keeper. He's still a fisher dwarf. I read his like thoughts and preferences, and it seems like might make for a decent tavern keeper. Although it may actually be a better tavern performance, but he's still there. He's just trying to recover his melted head noodle a wee bit. All right, get that done. Kerplunk. Oh, you're sleeping. Well, that's not good. Chat room. I was told to save the game. And Zildy, you're now on the leaderboard apparently with that clip, so congrats. I need to use the toilet because I've been streaming for a minute and I haven't been to the toilet yet. So I'm going to pause the game and just quick save. I will be right back. And also, when's the next ad running? 5 minutes? Yeah, I'll just run it now. I will be back in a sec. Don't go anywhere too fast. Unless you want to. I don't know. I'm not your parent. at some point, when I turn the stream on today, since I turned the stream on today, at some point since I turned the stream on today, a seagull pooped on my window. Thankfully, it's at an area where I can clean it up, but I just wanted to vent my annoyance. Yeah. Like, it could have gone anywhere, but it chose my window. I'm not pleased. I realized I had a very long pause there, Andy Van, where I was like, a seagull pooped. Like, no shit. That probably happens every fraction of a second. But, like, on my window. You must bid me adieu. We'll see you later. I'm doing all right these days, Minimal Grammar. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry if I missed you when you left. I should probably deconstruct this aquarium again, actually, so I can move that dwarf elsewhere. Are you burying the corpse? Yes, you are. So chat, it's Thursday. What's your plans for this weekend? You guys up to anything fun? Once this kiddo here buries the dwarf and everything gets put away, we're gonna go back to primary plan A, which is continuing to build the structures on the surface. Although actually, I think I need to acquire more rock salt. 3-year anniversary with your partner, I presume? Starsmore? I mean, congrats. If that's this weekend, then congrats. At this point, I have been streaming longer than any relationship or friendship I've ever had. Which is crazy to me. Although I did realize recently that I've known my best friend Kevin for a decade. Although I'm kind of like expecting to sort of lose contact with him maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, because I have this weird feeling at some point he's going to end up moving to Alberta. We just won't hang out as often. Still can't keep in contact probably, but except my parents. Well, I'm not counting family. So I said relationship or friendship. But I guess, like, in my head, that doesn't count family. But sure. Not counting family, asterisk. It's the longest ongoing commitment I've had in my life. Signing a new lease on a smaller, cheaper place. How much smaller are you going? I do too, generally, user, in YouTube chat. Is it a punishment? I mean, I should probably remove kids from corpse hauling. No, rite of passage. $650 to $420-ish? Or to $400-ish? Are you, like, living it alone or sharing it? Because doing it alone, that's absolutely doable. The only reason I think I went nuts in a 400 square, it was like 393 was the square footage of the place. But because it had a patio, with the patio it was 424. The reason I went nuts in that place was because I work from home. I think if I didn't work, carrying a fully grown ass adult, imagine how long it would take for a 3-year-old to move an adult. Anyway, when if I didn't work from home, and if I wasn't self-employed, I think I would have been able to live in that place a lot longer. But the result just was like I kind of went nuts over not that long of a period of time. I'm just gonna dig out some of this because this is a source of rock salt and I need it. Mostly because, like, color continuity is weirdly important to me. Let's just check jobs and see if any of them are paused at the minute. Nope. Everything seems to be running. Sweet. Well, it's pretty similar here. I think the cheapest, like, studio apartments I've seen out here are about the 1,200-ish. I mean, like, because you're talking about Ottawa, I'm presuming that you're speaking Canadian dollars. At the very least, you know, there's places that are worse, you know? It could always be worse. I mean, I've told this story before, and people, like, get a little wide-eyed when I say it sometimes, but, like, one of the reasons I ended up buying this apartment, it's a huge risk, and, like, wasn't entirely something I was convinced I could afford long-term, but I did it anyway, was because the monthly cost of a mortgage ended up being cheaper than renting a bigger place in the city I used to live in. So, like, the average rent for, like, 500 square foot, like, half bedroom, like, tiny ass bedroom, or, like, no bedroom, like, studio apartment, was around $2,000 where I was living previously when I was a year ago, when I was desperately trying to move. I just didn't want to live in the place I was living in anymore. It had a lot of, let's just say it had a really bad roach infestation. That wasn't my fault. And it was negatively impacting me to a horrendously massive degree. And I made the decision, I was like, I'm going to move. And I was looking at renting all over the place. And, like, it did not take me that long to determine that it would be cheaper, because I was fortunate enough to have the savings to be able to afford a down deposit on a place. It did not take me long to realize that it would be cheaper to save for another, like, 8 months and then purchase a place, but ended up purchasing this place way quicker because my parents were like, we helped your sisters a lot when they went to university, and you didn't get any assistance. And my parents had just gotten an inheritance, so they helped me with the down deposit. Down payment, not down deposit. Yeah, I mean, I've said this before, Andy Van, but, like, literally the only reason I was able to save up that money was the release of Dwarf Fortress was, like, the most important life-changing event of my life. And, ooh, bauxite. After the release of Dwarf Fortress, it was, how do I put this? Just the fact that I don't drive. So, like, I have no car payment fees. And I know some people who, like, two incomes, one household kind of situations. And between the two of them, similar amounts of income to me. 2 cars. Cars that they don't necessarily need. Like, live and work within a city. And 1 or 2 cars. And big vacation once a year. I don't do that, really. Like, my biggest vacations are very budget. Like, I spend less on my vacations than some people spend on flights for their vacations. And I don't really have any... Like, I have records, which I guess is kind of an expensive hobby, but, like, I cleared the expenses for that pretty quickly. And most of the stuff I have, I got for free. And I don't buy records all that often. I mostly buy tapes these days, because even records have kind of priced me out. So, I just have a very frugal lifestyle. I'm not sure what K/W is, or what that stands for. Got super expensive and your mom sold her place and they're for a huge profit. Gotcha. Yeah, my parents in 2012 sold the house that they lived in from 2019 to 2012, or not 2019, 1999 to 2012. Actually at a loss. I want to say they sold it for less than they bought it for, because that area wasn't super desirable at that point. But they sold it, took out a huge loan and bought a house with a business attached. And it took them forever to get the mortgage for it because they had to do a business loan. I'm not actually sure how deep this is. I'm presuming quite deep because of the way this map is laid out. It took them ages to get the actual mortgage for it because they had to get a business loan and a mortgage simultaneously, which turns out you're basically taking out like a double loan for a place that you like on paper could afford. And so like every bank was like, yeah, nah. So it took them a while to get the mortgage, but they were able to get it. And without saying what my parents do for a living, the Greater Vancouver area is extending SkyTrain, and they are like 2 blocks from one of the new stations. So simply put, this city is offering them like 8 times the value of that double property because it's basically 2 houses on 1 lot, a small business and the house, for whenever they want to move out. So when they want to move, they legally cannot sell it to anybody but the city, and the city will demo it unless they're giving it to a family member. You need a coffee or alcohol? Why? What happened? Celebration or... Oh God, help, why? Which one? Good morning, Lennox. The transit in the city that I live, honestly, actually isn't that good. What is this? Oh, hey, gold. Sweet. Let's just get that going at low priority. The transit in this city actually ain't great. Like, it's fine. It's good enough. It's the city that I live in is Victoria, BC. And we have BC Transit, which ain't great. It's fine. But the city is small enough that, like, realistically, I can walk from here to the other end of the city in, like, an hour and a half. When my foot isn't broken. And on my bike, I can do it in 30 minutes, 20 minutes even, if I take the route with less lights. And it's extremely bike-friendly here. Montreal's like a weird mixed bag for me when it comes to public transit. Oh, I get you. So you're just in the mood to party. I get you, Lennox. Well, have a solid day, I suppose, man. Montreal's a mixed bag for me for public transit because, like... Man, how deep is this? Right, layer minus 80. Montreal's a mixed bag for me because, like, the metro is great. Fantastic. But the second you get outside of the area that the metro hits, there's, like, nothing. It is actually kind of distressing. Actually quite distressing. Wondering if someone can point you in the right direction. Fresh DF hack and DF hack install. Default public version selected for both. Yet for some reason I get DF hack version mismatch. I have a question. Are you on the Steam version? Or are you on the free version? RP Farm. Where are you getting DF hack from? Are you getting DF hack from Steam or the direct repo? Steam version for both. Are you in a beta branch for Dwarf Fortress? Are you in an experimental branch for Dwarf Fortress? Yep, yeah, you can. Every single version that's ever been on Steam is rollbackable. Also available on the Bay 12 website. Because if you're in a beta branch for Dwarf Fort, then I would set it to default category. But if you're still getting version mismatches, I would just uninstall and reinstall DFHack. That would be what I would try. And if you've already done that, go to the DFHack Discord and ask them. That actually, honestly, is my advice. They're quite active over there. There should be a link to it on the DFHack Steam page. I've never run into that myself. That seems odd. The only time I've seen version mismatches is when there's a patch that came out that day. But, like, I don't think a patch for Dwarf Fort came out today because someone would have said something. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing nothing. So, I don't know. That seems weird. Bit beyond me, I think. Yay! Layer minus 90. 91. Holy shit. I knew it would be very deep, Andy Van, because cavern layers are always very deep when you have deep oceans, or even when you have shallow oceans. It like usually compresses them at the bottom. Now the question is, which layer is this? That's a lot of webs. That is a ton of cave spiders. Oh man, that was almost a volcano. That's like an early volcano formation. That's cool. I don't know what layer this is. This could be the third one. This could be the first one. No trees, though. It's a very muddy cavern layer. Look at that. Oh man, look at this. I actually did manage to build a stair all the way down. Because there's like one tiny little spindle. Isn't no tree common in really wet biomes? Isn't it the other way around? Like the no trees is common in wet biomes? Oh, sorry, not wet biomes, in dry biomes. That's kind of wild. How many layers is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I kind of want to block this off, block this off, block this off, and do some construction down here. Oh shit, there's one of these. Let's just get that smoothed. We'll peek at behind it. This is all gold. Am I seeing any critters? No. The first cavern layer or the first one you found? Yeah, I don't know. This could be any of them because it doesn't have trees. Although maybe I could actually... I might see... Like if I dig out like 2 tiles right here maybe, and some moss grows, that'll tell me. Anyways, round of beers. Success on that. Hell yeah. Oh shit, a migrant arrived. Don't worry, it's not a vampire. My population cap is just set to 80 at the minute. Partially for frame rate reasons, partially for just, you know. This one's a beekeeper, worships the god of death, naturally. Is a very vanilla dwarf personality-wise for this particular faction. Finds romance distasteful. Wait, are you brave? Because if so, I might just chuck you in the military. Likes to take it easy. Doesn't seek out excitement. Okay, fine. Well, let's get this walled off down here then. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on this burrow. And just do that. I'm going to go here. Yeah, because as you can see, a bunch of collect webs jobs just popped up. That's one of the ones that's difficult to cancel unless you do this. So they'll ignore the burrow to complete this task if it's queued up. So I'm just going to pause those. Then down in here, now that the dwarves are all down, I'm just going to do this. And I will figure out how to wall the rest of this off as I go. But probably what I'll do actually is I'll probably make this into a circle. Is what I'll do. And then once these are, well, actually, wouldn't it be easier to just do it this way? I mean, don't destroy my stairs that I'm working on, but like, wouldn't it be easier to just do it that way? Yeah, that would be easier. Let's just do it that way. Just remove the ramps. And maybe I could move the artifact door down here. The top of level minus 104 is what you said. Was struck at the top of layer minus 104. It's the lowest you've ever found it. It did reveal that a pit that extended about 20 floors down. Can you see the lower cavern layer beneath the pit? Those are always super cool. My favorite cavern layers are the ones that are extremely deep. Like vertical looking ones. Those are my favorites. There's the last two. Sweet. Okay, so this area is now very exposed, but let's just go into here. Actually, I can turn the burrow off now, I think. I mean, why not? Baby gotta go sightseeing. See no issues there. Oh, something's fighting. Troglodyte? What? Gosh. Ha! Chat, did you guys see these troglodytes run in there? As I was staring directly at it, did not see the troglodytes. Where the fuck did these troglodytes come from? Well, it seems that Celesty and Corey over here are beating the shit out of it. Please tell me you're hitting it with the artifact. The guard strikes the troglodyte with the... Yes, he's beating it with the scepter. And also Noseless over here, Stormwolf, is assisting. These injuries, this does not scare me. How tough of you. Welp. How exciting. I shall get those removed from the vicinity. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here and build stairs all the way up to here. I don't need them at the top. I just need them up and down. Oopsies. Don't need them down here either. I need stairs up to here. Or not stairs. I need floor pieces up to here. I need floor piece up to there. This bottom one, don't need. And I need to do this at priority number 2, but don't mind the fighting sounds. I think the fighting's almost done. Nope, nope, someone's still fighting. What are you fighting with? Oh, there was another one. How many troglodytes are there? 3 more. Great. Well, they're all over there from the looks of things. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Well, gotta get rid of you as well. Well, that sucks. Wait, ladybird or ladybug? What the heck's a ladybird? I don't know what a ladybird is now that I think about it. I mean, I really like ladybugs, but... Although they did almost burn my childhood house down. Because they would hibernate in our house. We found another cavern layer, chat. They would hibernate in our house, and one year they decided... A bunch of them decided that it would be a wise plan for them to sleep in the light fixtures in my parents' bedroom. Holy shit. Okay, so this is the second cavern layer. So that must be the first one. That must be the first one. I have a question. Ladybugs are bugs, not birds. Why are they called ladybirds in British? Dear Britain, Why? I feel like this is a normal question. Sure, but they're beetles, not birds. I mean, if you called them lady beetles, that would make sense. But lady bird? That seems like... I mean, don't you wrangle the US into this. Okay? We're not talking about them. I could care less about them. I'm simply asking why. Okay, never mind. This is actually really interesting. So, does the second cavern always have fungi wood in it? This seems to be a combination of 2 layers. That's actually pretty rad looking. You know, Suited Giraffe, I know that you were saying that that last cavern layer was really cool. This one's cooler. Do you have any guide videos? Like, I have maybe 70 to 100. I actually have never counted. I have lots, I guess is the answer to that. This is awesome looking. I want to block that off. Can block that off. Can block that off. Block that off. Block that off. Okay, that's even more confusing. How can you reach them? They're on YouTube. So with your mouse clicker. Or your finger if you're on a phone. Or with your finger if you're on a touchscreen computer. I still can't get over that you guys call ladybugs ladybirds. Like that's gonna like weird me out for a while. I don't know why, but it's going to. Actually, let's just send the military down here. Here it comes. Called it. How tall am I? 1.7 something meters, or 6 foot on the dot. I think it's 1.7 meters. I know the feet off by heart. I don't know the meters off by heart because that's what doctors always ask for. You don't think it's a well-defined term? It's an issue with software engineering in a piece of programming. Also, I'm pretty sure what is and what isn't a bug is a pretty well-defined term, and I could ask my mom. She did at one point have a PhD in entomology. So while I might not be able to give you a straight answer on that, my mom probably could. These days, bed bugs are the bugs that happen when the AI robot that you use to do all of the chores for you and be your therapist amongst everything else that all of the AI robots do. That's a bed bug is when your bed maker robot knocks your teeth out instead of folding the sheets properly. Or folds you into the sheets and strangles you to death while you are sleeping. I got served an ad on a website that I was looking at last night, which, how do I put this? was quite literally an ad for like I don't want to say nanny bot, but like it was a robot that was like designed to like, you know, fold your laundry, clean your home, and it was like $20,000. It looked awful. And after giggling about it for a second, I looked at it a little closer and was like, this is kind of Uncanny Valley. And I was like, this reminds me of something. And then I went and looked up Alien Isolation. I was like, this is like only like 2 steps more human looking than those things. All I'm saying is I don't want whatever those robots in that game were called. I don't want those guys making my bed. I'm good. I don't trust it. I think that's like a hazard. Average Joes, yeah, those guys. That are just manned by people in another country. They're not always in another country. Sometimes they're in the same building. But yeah, a lot of those robots are like, I don't want to say like fakes, but very much in the prototyping phase to the point where they don't really work. And aren't really ready. But, you know, these tech companies need to disrupt and come up with bad ideas to pretend that they have new products that they're actually going to be selling at some point. Otherwise, they lose their investors. And, you know, sucks to be them, I guess. We're about to get hit by some ads, so I will pause when the ads hit. But right now, the dwarves are just building. That sounds like a bedtime story that they would tell you in Terminator. 8-cup buck. DNA sequencers would leave us alone? What do we need to leave us alone? I'm confused. I mean, your AI Murphy bed. That, you know, that could probably happen right now. You don't even need an AI Murphy bed. You just need like a smart Murphy bed, and you just need to roll on your phone. Donk. It's like a funnier and also worse version of that Wallace and Gromit bit where the bed tips him forward and he slides down the chute, lands in front of his table. It's less of a Murphy bed, more of a burpee bed. It forces you to do burpees when you wake up. Or a catapult bed. I almost choked on my bubbly when I said catapult. They're out to get me, chat. Since we're in an ad break, and an artifact just started, and the game is paused, I'll note that we are currently $81 US away from the daily minimum. The daily minimum basically is if I hit that, then I make minimum wage if I stream for 8 hours. So if you want to help the streamer pay bills and keep this channel funded in a format where you don't have to stare at sponsored ad segments, consider using a Prime sub if you happen to have access to one. That's all I got, really. Dwarf with an assigned title. I think they might all be named, but I'll look. Half-empty glass. Or, you know, if you want to support the channel directly, the easiest way to do that is via my blog, which is blindirl.com. It's sort of like Patreon, except I keep 99 point something % of the profits instead of, 90. It's almost like they fired most of their staff in GIS, but glad to hear that you're getting a refund. I haven't had a refund since 2018. True story. No, since 2017, actually. You want a dwarf with an assigned title. Named, not named. I could give you a militia captain. That's the best I could do. Best I can do is militia cappy. You have to pay $3 to do your taxes? Mine cost me like $4.50. But that's because I hire a tax person to do my taxes for me. On wings, so that obviously one was a species of the other. And then we learned how to compare DNA, and we learned that they're blue jays and that they're as close to blue jays as ostriches are. Sure, but like, what does this have to do with robots killing me in my sleep? Okay, so you want the militia cappy. Glass half empty. Glass half empty is a legendary Marks Dwarf, Master Dodger, and you can rename your squad if you like. It's called the Moist Halls. Honestly, I think it fits the fortress, but it's up to you. He is rarely jealous and is brave in the face of looming danger. Perhaps a bit foolhardily, he is inattentive to detail in his own work and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He is trusting and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and has little interest in joking around and begins to talk rapidly when he's angry. He greets others with a hug and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Your last name is Wealth Boat. That's also a really good name for this fort. You can look yourself up in Legends at legends.blindarl.net. And if you look yourself up, you will see... How do I word this? Your dwarf's history. He personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and respects power. And he dreams of mastering a crafting masterwork someday. He likes rock salt and you must love it here. Sterling silver, fortification agate, and green glass, as well as the color violet, battle axes, bucklers, and earrings, and the words of the fatal death and the sound of the adorable bell. And when possible, of course, he prefers consume giant raven, wine, and absolutely hates toads. I think I'm gonna keep it the Moist Halls. Because Moist Caverns just sounds like you're saying like anus or pussy. And I'm just like, I think Halls suits it a bit more. But like, you know. Cave, cavern, cavity, excavation. There, you can have it. Also, I'm going to rename this one from the Earthen Tournaments to the Earthen Waves. There we go. Fits a bit better. Moist cavity makes my teeth hurt. Honestly, like that, it's like, ugh. Sounds like my nightmare, man. How about the humid hall? I'll name the third squad that. Nope. Can't do that. Humid isn't a word. Suited, yes. What? In that squad? They're only allowed to hit crits, though. Also, it's not called that anymore. And Charlie's a lady. Charlie, it's a small squad, who is married to Swordfly, who's a spearmaster in the main squad, is a skilled Marks Dwarf, and is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, is prone to strong feelings of lust and sometimes with little determination and confidence, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and Tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She tends to keep her things orderly, is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and tends to think before acting. She often acts with compassion, generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and isn't given to flights of fancy. She rarely feels discouraged, occasionally overindulges, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. I think they were going for Charlie as in, like, moist critical Charlie. I like the snail art. Is that intentional? Yeah, I mostly just haven't gotten rid of it. I mean, the fortress is called Squidward. And I was kind of making, like, a square circle thing. I was like, it would be very easy to make a snail, so I just kind of made a snail. Personally values cunning, values peace over war, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. And does not really value skills related to fighting. And dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes kilonite and sterling silver, as well as kunzite and giant barn owl leather, cotton paper, gauntlets, and wombats for their waddle and the sound of the russet tresses, and the sight of the heliotrope lute's mother. When possible, prefers to consume fresh flesh ball. Prefers to consume flesh ball. Yep. Lychee wine and hide root seeds. And hates bats. I will tell you in a sec. You could probably look it up in Legends, but I'll tell you in a moment. You were previously a legendary treasure hunter of the group of worshippers. Interesting. This dwarf has some history. I'll bet you some interesting history. Lockdring is their last name. The Fenced Spices. I've seen kind of a lot of them recently. I haven't hunted many of them, though, Stone. Vitali, hello, in the YouTube chat. Yes, his name is Gary in regards to Squidward. I don't even watch SpongeBob, and I know that for some reason. But nope, that's not the tool I wanted. I thought I had the other one selected. Actually, let's just jump up to the surface while the dwarves all working on that. Okay, well, I know very little about the lore of SpongeBob. So, there is a snail in the world of SpongeBob named Gary. My bad. I wasn't aware of who Gary's parent was. Please forgive my lack of sponge knowledge. Okay, so it goes down to layer minus 129. Let's go to 120, because that's probably the bottom. Probably. Oh, shit! And by oh, shit, I mean there's troglodytes all around. Incoming troglodyte slaughter. And that dwarf over here is working on an artifact. They are running back and forth, grabbing wood. Nope, not wood. I lied. Raw clear glass, actually. Good to know it's not getting wasted. There was Snaily the Snail for Squidward in one episode. Okay, well, you guys have 100% more knowledge. Hey, 3 of them! Third cavern layer discovered. I think I closed that too quickly, but... Oh. Great, just what I needed. More water. Let's just pause this for a sec. Just make those upstairs. Does this go down? Yes. So let's go. Oopsies. Do that. I just want to find lava. Wait. Hematite! More iron ore. Yeah, 2 types of iron ore. Let's go see if I can find some hot rocks. Firestone. Melty burn. I don't know. I feel like SpongeBob is one of those shows that if I saw it at the right age, I would love it. But every time I've kind of encountered it as an adult, I'm just like, you know, I'm good. That's funny. I'm getting. I just checked my email, and I received an email from a ticket service that I'm on the email list for because I buy concert tickets for shows because I go to concerts, and it's announcing tickets for Shinedown. Apparently, Shinedown's still touring. I'm happy for them, I guess. I've seen Finger 11. I don't think I need to see Shinedown. Where is that fight happening at the minute? Dwarf is thirsty and tired. I need to get this area sealed off. We're getting there. We are, in fact, getting there. Butt rock. I kind of just call that, like, modern dad rock, more or less. Is usually how I think about that stuff. I'm just gonna go to a labor standing order settings, refuse and dumping. Workers dump corpses. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. And finished it. Oh, that's dope. That's 2 masks, chat. Nil Fathogum, the animal dissector, has created Doth Nerdalzat. Nis Gakil Shrar. I definitely said that absolutely perfectly. Do not correct me, because there's no wrong way to pronounce it. The giant cave spider silk mask. And offers it to the Coast Guard of the North Guild. That's a round of beers if I ever saw one. I'm going to give that to the mayor. So I got one already, which is Corey the Fancy Pants' artifact. Actually, chat, mayor or dungeon master? Who gets the second mask? I just kind of don't have interest, I guess, is the real issue. There. Dear Biggie. I just kind of don't really have any interest. I feel like it's the sort of thing that, like, as an adult to have interest in it, I would need to have had nostalgia for it, and I don't have nostalgia for it because I didn't see it when I was a kid. I mean, I saw the odd episode, but I didn't see much of it. Chat saying Dungeon Master. Okay. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to swap them. So the Dungeon Master can have the one that the Captain of the Guard currently has, and the Captain of the Guard can have the new one, because the new one's significantly more valuable. Store item in a bear. I see. I'm just going to take you off of unrelated tasks and plant gathering. So that you go acquire your new face covering. And I'm going to do the last thing, which is let's go to labor and let's go to standing orders and let's say other, I think. Everybody harvests is the default. Only farmers harvest. Go to tasks. I think that I can suspend this task. I also gotta unsuspend a lot of these constructions. Okay, so they've been removed from that and are now going to go pick up their new mask. Okay, so the new mask. First off, does this or does this not look like... Oh man, what's the name of that game? I'm trying to think of it. There was a action game that was kind of Bioshocky that came out a year or two ago, where a lot of the enemies have masks like this. But if that guy walked into my house, I would assume that I was getting sent to prison by the steampunk secret police. He is often sad and dejected and finds a chaotic mess preferable to boredom of harmonious living, which is why you have the job that you have, Corey. This is a giant cave spider silk mask. Our craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of gold. It is made from giant cave spider silk cloth. The thread is ecru, superbly colored with pear leaf dye. This object menaces with spikes of giant cave spider silk, carnelian, and gold. On the item is an image of Rith, oiled past, the dwarf in gold. On the item is an image of a lion tamarin man in almond wood. On the item is an image of 4 totems in rock salt. On the item is an image of dwarves in clear glass. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Squidward by the Coast Guard of the North Guild of the North Guilds in the early spring of the year 200. Kind of Dishonored-y, but that's not actually the game I was thinking of. I might be thinking of We Happy Few. But yeah, also very Dishonored-y. Dishonored has like, they have like half masks, don't they? Like they kind of cut off under their eyes, like they're more like Batman masks. Unless I'm very much misremembering Dishonored, but. I never played Dishonored 2 though. I only played Dishonored 1. Oh, also, Avowed has some pretty similar looking masks. Also kind of like Torment. Has some similar-ish things. I think I'm actually going to set you as a performer. Holy fucking legendary musicians, mate. Just so he can train his speech skills. Because the better they get at speaking, the better they will be as a captain of the guard. A smurf, sure. Planescape is sick. Neat idea, yeah. Correct. That is you. Kaz. You would really like to wander, and you want to make Marion admire art. I don't blame you. That's honestly an admirable goal, if you ask me. I feel like I should probably set up a mist generator around there. Would you guys judge me for building a mist generator in this fort? I'm starting to think that, like, it'd probably be for the best. There's also more fighting happening. Presumably more troglodytes. Specifically for the dwarves who had one bad experience and keep thinking about it until their mood is red. I don't know. I really like how Dwarf Fortress simulates, like, trauma. Like, to me, it is truly one of the most believable things that this game simulates. Like, broken characters and trauma are both very interesting and convincing simulations to me. It is truly one of my favorite things about the game. I realize that, like, I think in a lot of cases it can end up being rather frustrating. But at the same time, I really kind of appreciate that about Dwarf Fort. Although all this miasma is like a nightmare at the minute, but I think we'll do a, yeah, just because of that. I think we'll do a one of a mist generator. I just need to figure out an optimal spot to put it. Probably right there, honestly. This is like one of the most busiest areas in the fort. And I could just like put some stairs up right there and just do like a about right there. Just do this, this, and that. Get rid of this, and the question is, do I use the ocean or an aquifer? No, okay, so first off, I could power it with wind, Andy, or I could power it with water. If I power it with wind, then I don't need to worry about moving water, which would be better for frame rate, probably, in the long run. But then it would be exposed to the surface. And the pumps desalinate the water, so they're not going to get salt on them. Regardless, why don't we do wind? Well, I'm gonna have to go through an aquifer. The aquifer is like right over here, which is kind of wild, actually. Just trying to think, where would be like the most convenient place to stick something like this? Because I wouldn't need that much power if I were to put it like, because if it's gonna go like right here, what if I dig up this way? Because this will probably channel up and into the aquifer. We'll just let them dig that and we'll check in on it in a bit. I'm gonna keep following the dwarves that are constructing stuff, see what they're actually working on at the minute. Yeah, you know, honestly, I'm in two minds about the mist generator videos that I made. Because I made some tutorials that I think really help people keep their forts happy with mist generators. I'm in two minds about it, because on one hand, you really don't need mist generators. Like, 90% of the time, you do not need mist generators. They are nice. They're definitely nice to have. But they are far from mandatory. And I kind of feel like in that video, I stressed their effectiveness a bit too much. And I see more than, after making those videos, I see more than ever people talking about them like they're mandatory, which kind of sucks in my opinion. Like, some dwarves will always get a little bit upset, and I do think that that's one of the more interesting things that Dwarf Fortress does. But genuinely, like, let's just get the corpses out of here. Yeah. Item types. No shells. Just everything else. And it kind of bums me out a little bit because, like, I do think that, like, in a lot of cases, the challenge of, like, negating negative moods can be very satisfying and rewarding, and it's kind of nullified by those, but... Well, I mean, being depressed or having PTSD after seeing a pile of dead bodies is also realistic. I mean, it's not that it makes me happy. It's just I like to know that people, not everybody depends solely on them, if that makes any sense. Uh-oh. I'm going to hit... Oops, that wasn't the button I intended to hit. Let's just say corpses. Just put the corpses there. The kids are going to end up doing a bunch of that, but that's okay. We're about to get hit by some ads in about 30 seconds, so I will pause the game. By setting up waterfall forts, that or like utilizing light aquifers. I think that utilizing light aquifers often is a lot more interesting, at least to me. Oh shit, gypsum. I always need to look up how to actually make just gypsum plaster because I always forget. Like, literally, I always forget. Mine gypsum process at kiln. I do have a kiln. Okay. Yes, I do. Oh, you're right. Yeah, make plaster powder. Huh. I'm just gonna queue that up on repeat for a little bit. I cannot remember the last time I actually had, like, gypsum casts in bulk in a hospital. Literally making medical supplies. Would you look at that? Yeah, there's a few different things that need to be processed over at those shops. Always kind of fun. Okay, I'm just going to... take those dwarves off of training. We are in an ad break, so I should have paused a little earlier, but I'm just gonna go down to here. I don't actually know if there's any dwarves off in the caverns out here. I'm just checking. Okay, so this area should be like pretty clear. I'm gonna assume there isn't because they're all so busy. I go up to here. And I'm going to queue up walls all the way up to this. And I'm going to do that and this and throw a door in right there. Is there any reason to use reinforced walls? Enemies dig slower through them. Have I done much testing with them? No. So, yes. I think, like, if you have a surface fortress or a portion of your fortress that's the surface that's getting attacked a lot, and they're using a lot of battering rams, then there's lots of reason to use it. Otherwise, I think, like, I don't know. It's one of those weird questions where it's like, probably is the actual answer. But I just haven't done the testing to really be able to give you a direct answer outside of probably. You recently learned how to make crystal glass. Crystal glass is neat. It's a cool material. It's one of the most finite materials that you can make like that. What if I also channel up these? And that'll get me a little bit higher. This is the most vertical one of these I think I've ever made. This dwarf's getting troglodyte blood washed off them. Good news is they're probably getting happy waterfall thoughts while it's up here. My mayor's been reelected. Trying to make a pyramid of it down in Clownland, but that's many years off. That would probably get you directly to legendary dwarf fortress status. That would be very difficult to achieve. Like, very difficult to achieve. Another thing I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go down to here. This is a stockpile for boulders. I'm going to make this bigger. I'm going to go to wheelbarrows. Increase this number up to 10. Let's go wheel. Got 10 of them. Got logs. Let's just keep 10 wooden wheelbarrows. Also check how much wood I have. Decent amount. All right, should be fine. And then down here at the end, I will smooth and fortify the wall at the end. And I will, sorry, I'm jumping between layers too much. So this basically is going into the aquifer at multiple levels with the idea of exposing as many layers that are producing water out of the aquifer as possible so that as much of it starts dripping as possible. It's very important. So all of this is producing water for us. And the idea is that this will fill up enough that it can flow all the way to the end. Crystal glass is your favorite material in the game behind god metals. I feel like because of the material settings I use, I almost never actually encounter mythical metal. Just because of the settings that I use. Which I guess is probably kind of mostly my own fault, but... This may almost be deep enough, but let's just do a little bit more. Actually, these are just going to get canceled probably. Oh, no, they didn't. That's interesting. Okay, that's not aquifered. But the upper level is, so I can keep doing this. I wonder if they can even reach these. I'm actually not positive they can, but maybe they can. Yeah, I don't think they can. All right, that should be enough. Let's just get a little bit more of this. So let's dig through all this, actually. So all these dwarves are getting plenty of happy thoughts. You know, honestly, like, if you were able to build something in hell... I'm actually just going to build a little walkway along here. And put a doorway in there so that they can keep collecting at least this stuff. But, what's something you've built in Dwarf Fortress that you're most proud of? I know I always return to a thing that I never actually made a big video out of because I wasn't recording forts in the way that I do now at the time. But the thing that I built in Dwarf Fortress that I'm the most proud of is Fire Orb. Fire Orb was a giant ball of green glass that I eventually filled up with lava and then built a passageway into it so that the denizens of the underworld were able to reach the inside of it. And then using basically a hammer of Armok, as we refer to it mostly, I was able to cave it in and crush all of the bads in it. One of my proudest moments in the video game. At least one of the coolest endings of a fort. Maybe not the coolest as a whole. It's one of the rare times that, like, I've come up with an idea for a fort, stuck to it, and managed to, like, keep the idea going without, like, breaking continuity on it. So I feel like a lot of the time when I build a fort sort of like that, I eventually, like, run out of ideas is, I think, the wrong word, but, like, something else happens and I'm not able to, like, actually build the thing that the fort's named after. Built a giant dock city that was above ground over the ocean. Funnily enough, you built a giant ship to be a tavern. Maybe this is a good opportunity to say this, but like I would like to try and encourage people to share screenshots of things that they've made on either the Discord or the Fluxer servers. I mean, I do have the various Dwarf Fortress rooms, but the save sharing room was always kind of intended for that. As well as, like, you know, if you want to actually save this, share the save files as well, you could do that too. You're just here slapping random materials down. Oh, you know, we were all beginners once, trust me. At one point, none of us knew how to play this game. It is part of the learning process. How about I just do this? Let's just build a little flooring. Across. So that they can collect these. Or actually, I could just do this. This is 4 deep. I may actually need to push this a little further back. Assuming they can still reach it, which they should be able to. No, it's 4 deep. They can't reach it. Has to be shallower than 4 deep. Okay, how about I just do this? Oh no, those are channeling down. I should go up. Bearded Dwarf. I think we're actually starting to run low on those genuinely. But we still have planned. We still have a few. You're married to Nyx, Batome. Your last name is Polished Merchant. Polished Merchant is a dwarf that's been here for a little bit. I mean, you're 101 years old. You arrived here 2 years ago, it seems like. And the worst thing that's happened is you saw a human's dead body. Oh, no. Anyway, you're a parent. You're married to Nyx. And you have 2 children, baby and a son. A baby and a daughter, although the daughter might actually be unrelated. He has a profound sense of duty and obligation and is unfriendly and disagreeable, is bothered by this since he values friendship. Sounds like me. He acts with little determination and confidence. He's quick to form negative views about things and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he is a little tight with resources when working on projects. Okay, maybe not so much like me. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he enjoys the company of others. He occasionally overindulges and doesn't seek out excitement. He doesn't focus on he doesn't seek out excitement. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he is slow to trust others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and does not care about fairness and doesn't really value skills related to fighting and doesn't particularly value the twoof. He likes ash glaze and iron as well as sard, rambutan wood, and sheep wool, hemp fabric, giant toad parchment, and the color ash gray. Dogs for their loyalty, and the words of the fatal death, the sight of the sable blossom, and prefers to consume moghopper and spelt beer. Spelt beer and giant kangaroo's milk, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Is the ocean gone? No, we've refilled it, Xavier. But we were able to figure out that the ocean is... it is possible in this fortress for us to drain this ocean. Is what we've learned. Okay, so it is flowing off the map. I need this to continue to fill, though, so I will just need to continue adding to it until we actually start to get it 4 or 5 deep. Castrol! Thanks for the tiny raid. It's the first raid of the stream. That might be the first or... No, that might be the second raid of the week, because I don't think I got a raid yesterday. Maybe I'm misremembering. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Kestrel. Tiny is still appreciated. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? And, Mods, can I get a shout out for Kestrel? What were you streaming today? What are you playing? Yeah, sweet. This is starting to fill up. Awesome. We're good. Okay, before I do that, actually, I'm just going to fill this in with some flooring so it looks nice. And I'm just going to go green, glass, tube. No, that's a table. I can read. Green, glass, tube. Green, glass, cork. I'm just going to make 4. And 4. So Calby, hello! Dokapon? Oh, I'm familiar with Dokapon. Rather, I know of it. I've never played it myself, but I am familiar with it. And then you rolled into Terraria? Glad you didn't slip and fall and hurt yourself into Terraria. Did that? Okay, I read that dwarf was praying to lust, and I was like, excuse me? Harpy god? I'm gonna have to raid and run because you got dinner to make family. Yeah, it's all totally fair. Thank you very much. Appreciate ya. Now, there is a non-zero chance that starts to overflow eventually. But that's okay because I can go over here and I can add more drainage to it if I need to. I may actually add a second drainage. Or prepare to add a second drainage for when I need it. Just get these smoothed. Add one right there. Wait, browser would lag when someone raids? How does your browser lag when someone's raiding? It's kind of wild. That seems like a not good consequence of raids. I've also got Stibonite for plaster powder. What's going to be used for? Building furniture and plaster? Interesting. I've got both gypsum and... So I can make gypsum plaster and plaster powder. It's kind of fun. So apparently the caravan wagons can't go over cage traps. Yes. They also can't go over weapon traps or any other kind of traps for that matter. I mean, it's for their safety. It's one of the better ways to deal with that is like have like a side passageway that goes around it, like behind a drawbridge or something, and just open it up when the baddies aren't around. That'll also help protect your own dwarves from getting accidentally stuck in your own traps. Heck yes. Was a naked elf with a book in the human autonomy pondering animal anatomy. One of my favorite things that I ever saw was an elven bard. They might have been naked. I actually don't know. This was early enough in my learnings of the game that I actually couldn't tell you. But they showed up and this elf had a book, and there was a forgotten beast, or not, there was a titan on the map at the time. And the titan was a giant chicken. So in my immediate headcanon, I was like, well, obviously, this is just like a shitty dragon. Because it could breathe fire. So obviously, it was just like a shitty dragon. Anyway, the shitty dragon chicken was breathing fire everywhere and setting shit on fire. And the book that this elf had was bound with platinum. And the the elf ended up in a fight with it because the way I decided I was going to deal with this creature, because I didn't have a functional military, was I would just make a tavern and it could just murder bards until, like, one of them managed to kill it. And this bard threw the book at it. It hit the chicken in the eye and destroyed its brain. A Timu dragon. Timu didn't exist back then, but yes. These days, it would be something like that. Back then, it was more of like a dollar store dragons type thing. Okay, I think I'm just out of sandbags, probably. Oh, shit. Why am I making rose gold sarcophaguses? That's a little fucked. Silly me. I queued up the wrong type of coffin. I was wondering why they weren't making those. Okay, let's check the surface. Still got a ways to go. Oh. The Cyclops, Cassette, Lysoiner, Zobshaibu has come. A great humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. I'm not afraid to stab its eye. Everybody. I killed a elf once. Its full name is Wandering Glimmer to the Bronze Sheen, if you want to look it up. It is covered in water. I mean, it's raining a lot. I'm going to go stand the militia right about there. Also, I'm going to check something. Use my woodcutter. Use my woodcutter. I'm actually going to hack down a few trees up here. Kind of want to keep some space in the general vicinity. Here comes the military. Chat, you may want to look up. Could I get a vile force of darkness, please, and thank you? The creature is running directly towards the dwarves. I wouldn't say you're an idiot for not realizing. Dwarf Fortress has a habit of sneaking up on people. Letteran is unarmed. Why are you unarmed? Which squad are you in? The Earthen Waves. That makes me wonder where their spear is. Bars, what do I have? 83 iron. Let's do just 10 more iron spears. All right, you are getting stabbed repeatedly. Oh, actually, I have an idea of where it possibly could be. Oh, no, it's not that, but... Oh, shit, we've got sea otters, chat. And Drunians. Well, that's cool. Look at these duders. Did he attack the livestock? Oh, he's probably going to try to. But it didn't make it that far. The livestock is a little bit north. Currently is bleeding. It's not going to live very long. It is getting lots of spears put in it, and they put it down almost as soon as it arrived. These are like spear masters, like pretty high skill spear masters. The militia commander stabs it with their iron spear, chipping the skull and tearing the brain. So it seems like Michael Bay did in fact get the kill. Does he have anything to say about himself? Nope. The spear was lodged firmly in the wound. They all split and boogie. I mean, he is terrified after joining an existing conflict. Back to work, dwarves. I'm actually going to give these dwarves a wee bit of a break, I think. We're going to take them and set them to staggered training for a bit. So they can put all their gear away. And as I love to point out to people, yes, in fact, armor stands do work. Look at that. Isn't that glorious? They've worked for like 3 years, just nobody believed me. The asterisk is with them is if you have a stockpile that is assigned for those types of weapons, or that type of armor, other dwarves will come and get them and put them away. But your soldiers will put them on armor stands. And sometimes they'll even put the weapons in the weapon racks. I don't see that as often, though. It seems like they'll either put their weapons in the weapon rack, or they'll put everything on the armor stand. But if you have armor stands, they seem to just put everything on the armor stand, which seems to be a bit busted. But this dwarf also dumped all of their clothing on the armor stand as well, which is kind of fun. So, you know. Is a stand better than a stockpile? Well, I know where their armor is, and their armor's all going to be in one place when they need it. Although this is actually like a pretty small barracks. What I should actually do probably is like expand it. Like either one layer below, actually probably just one layer below. And then the one layer below could be like for weapon storage and stuff. All right, let's just go down to where I'm building that river slowly. Yeah, okay. We're gonna find out now if this is gonna overflow pretty soon, I think. It might. It very well might. Which is actually like kind of fine. I'm hoping it doesn't, but it might. We're about to get hit by some ads, chat. So I'm gonna go rinse my coffee mug because it's empty and I keep trying to drink phantom coffee. It's a very terrifying disorder that I suffer from. That's still getting put together. Okay. I need more bags. Okay. I'm gonna let you guys stare at the glory. What is my weapon and armor racks? And I will be right back. Just as a reminder, chat, this is a crowdfunded channel. If you want to keep sponsored segments out of the streams and out of the videos, consider using a Prime sub. I do have a daily minimum, which is roughly minimum wage for where I live for if I stream for 8 hours. We are currently about $81 away from that, because nothing has changed since the last time I looked about 2 hours ago. Thank you to those of you who've tuned in so far, and I will be right back. Round of beers or whatever's. I don't know. 2 seconds, chat. There we go. No more empty mug syndrome. No more, no less. Okay, so. And I sit back down right as the ads are done. Good timing by me. Look at me. With all the good timing. Dwarves is digging out more lignite, which is coal. And, I'm just under the assumption that we're out of bags. Seeking infant. Why'd you lose your... Interesting. Although I think I set you as a Marksdorf, which would be why you don't have a weapon. Okay. But yeah, plan for today probably is Dwarfs, and if I have the energy or if we obliterate the daily minimum, which, I don't know, I'm not super hopeful at the minute, but we'll see what ends up happening. We might do something new in the evening, but mostly the plan today is to just try and get as much progress done on this fort as possible. I mean, this has been pretty successful already, which is lovely. I think I may have actually, like, made this too effective. But thankfully, it's got a ways to go. Oh, no. Well, I didn't want that wheelbarrow anyways. It's gone. It's dead to us, chat. Oh, did they make them? Did they make those tubes? They must have. Did I screw something up? Okay, what the heck is my manager doing? Nothing of value. Okay, that's what. Madame Hasselhoffams, I'm going to need you to stop planting seeds. I need you to go do your job. Are we swimmage? Not intentionally. I don't think any dwarves have drowned yet, actually. My desk is wood, so I knocked on it. I can swim quite well, so I'm sure if the fort floods, I will be fine. I can't speak to the dwarves, though. They may or may not have had varying levels of success. Swimmaging. Speaking of swimmaging... we are out here. There is a mysterious palace around here somewhere, isn't there? Dungeon. Dungeon. Nightfolds. That's a good name. There it is. Ward Cave. Fun. I'm just going to find a spot where I can go steal some more books. Or artifacts in general. I do really hope that this world's going to end up being interesting enough that we can do a whole bunch of stuff. A bunch of forts in this world. I'm always like a little bit nervous when I think to myself, man, I just want to settle in and play nothing but one fort for like 6 months. The Tarn's just going to put out a big content patch that isn't just like bug fixes, but like requires a world gen. I'm like, damn it. Let's just send them. Go get him. Go get him, Dwarfer. Michael Bay. Zeus. Who can I steal from that won't start a war? Literally this. What are you giving water to? Empty food storage. Talo needs whipvine. Seeds. Empty food storage bin. Inaccessible. What are they trying to give water to, though? I must have like an animal or something that needs to be grazing that isn't It doesn't look like it. Oh, I know. I know. I know it's Romanoid. He looks so grumpy. What if we put him in the tavern? You know, I understand that he's a were creature and that his life is horrible. But, like, what if I put him in the tavern? So at the very least, like, he could pretend that he's able to watch the fights. Looks like an adventure mode world. I feel like those worlds where you end up with, like, the very big, long, snaky world that kind of just, like, loops on back and around on itself, those ones look the most video gamey to me. God, that looks so fucking cool, man. I really hope that he can serve wine to Romanoid. Actually, it would be really fucking funny if Romanoid died of alcohol poisoning. I feel like it's... Okay, this might actually be, like, the gimmick, right? Having a captain of the guard starts tavern brawls, right? But wouldn't it be fucking funny if he starts a tavern brawl and immediately arrests everybody who takes part? It's like he's just trying to set up criminals so that he can stay employed. Maybe that's too real. Sir, Vix, moist, yes. Dealer's choice, no beard preference, I presume? God damn fuck dumb dwarf. Manager Gerb do, please. Hasselhoff the lazy. Do you not? No pref cap. In that case, I'll go by happiest and scroll down with my eyes closed. Let go. You're Iteb, the child. Let's call you Vix. Unless you have preference of name. He feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he's rarely enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and slow to trust others, and occasionally overindulges. He tries to keep his things orderly and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. And he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and has an active sense of humor and starts to whisper when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of raising a family, and personally would just as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. He values hard work. Sorry, I lost my spot. To a great mining pit and values hard work and dreams of raising a family. I don't know how I lost my spot at the end of a paragraph. He likes saltpeter and lay pewter and lay saugate, as well as cashew wood, the clear glass, gigantic squid leather, quivers and bolt thrower parts, in the words of the fatal death, and the sight of the aquamarine of roughness and impossible prefers to consume, seahorse and tomato wine, and prefers to consume. And absolutely hates purring maggots. His mumsy and dadsy live here. It's Ilmirin and Serverlord. You have no friends. You worship Zedan Cathanisfost Ikast. I need to check what god that is. I actually don't know. It's the god of fortresses. Basic, kiddo. Weaken Smiths. Is your last name? I mean, yeah, it does kind of look like you were born here. I mean, what year were you? Actually, no, you were born a year before, because you arrived in 403. You're a little bit older than that. Actually, I'm just gonna try something real quick. Retrieve units. It is wild to me how much food we still have. Or how much, fish we still have. Down here, I need to make a food stockpile, actually. This is just going to be for unprepared fish. I don't know, cheese. Exactly, Daggett. Squidward ho. How's Daggett doing? Daggett the Scholar is learning about foraging behavior. You really like your job. You did see a troglodyte die, which scared the ever-living piss out of you. But you are enthusiastic after pondering genealogy, blissful after dining in a great dining room, and you're hanging out and reading. You're hanging out with... Okay, hold up. I know I was supposed to look into how Daggett was doing, but Charlie here, Locked Ring, is reading a book called More Combustion, and I acknowledge and realize that this book was very clearly authored by Aban Erishing. I really hope that in some way Michael Bay is related to him. I really, really, really hope. Because it is a book that concerns the classification of combustible materials. Burns. Doesn't burn. It's like picture of piece of granite. Doesn't burn. Picture of piece of parchment paper. Burns. Piece of leather. Burns. Dwarf. Burns. Is combustible. A manual for the pyromaniac. Authored by a pyromaniac for pyromaniacs. Are you pyro? Well, if not, I hope you're a maniac, because that's what this book is for. All right. Bump. Nope. Okay. Glass tube. Glass tube. Yay! Finally making green glass for me. Hallelujah. It took forever. But yeah, chat. I hope you guys have had a solid week. That's all I really got. I don't know. I don't know. Ed Tour, the engineer, withdraws from society. That could be interesting. Could get an artifact mechanism. We'll see what they claim in a minute. Hanging in there? Yeah. Something that'll be good about me not streaming tomorrow and taking a few extra days is it'll give me the opportunity to, for lack of a better term, just catch up on topics to give me things to read about. Or to give me things to talk about, because the past few weekends I've just been kind of like zoned out and not really like operating as a functional member of society, and mostly just like trying to mentally survive, which usually ends up meaning that I haven't had much to talk about. So at least for me, for the moment, keeping conversations running and consistent has been a bit of a struggle. So I kind of apologize for that. I don't know. I hope chat's entertained, because the next few streams most likely will just be this fort slowly getting bigger. And bigger project forts, as cool as they are to actually build, have never done as well for me on the streams. Like, people tune out quicker. So I'm going to need lots of talking material by next week. Make big plans for the weekends also may crash the fuck out. Okay, so I am not a young person anymore. I am an adult. I generally think I know what crash out means. It means get mad at something or flip out or like fail. How do kids use that word? Because I've seen it used in a lot of different contexts. I've seen it used in the context of, like, somebody who just, like, flips shit and says something really stupid. I've seen it in the context of, like, person gets, like, makes really dumb decision. Like, what is the actual definition of word? Of, like, referring to something as crashing out? Save me from having to go to the, Know Your Meme. Or, like, Urban Dictionary, which may or may not give me a correct answer. Sounds like a fun weekend, though. Irritable but trying. Crash out means go to bed. I don't think that's what it means, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't mean that. Our engineer here is working on something at a mechanics workshop, which is going to be exciting, most likely. And we got pump stuns. That still hasn't started overflowing, so that's good. So nah, I could do that. I don't need to make these lava safe, but I am. So these will get put together pretty quick. Dwarf's really that busy at the moment? I guess so. Nidoran, what the heck are you doing? Trying to leave the map, are we? Well, there you go, finally. Good luck. I assumed exhaustion. I mean, I'm going to go crash, or I gotta go crash, is very different than saying so-and-so is crashing out. Is it like crash and burn? Exactly. But like, if someone says, I'm gonna go crash, that's very different than somebody stating that they are or somebody else crashed out. It's specifically the out part. If Grok showed up in my chat after you said that, Daggett, I might have just turned off my stream. I would have freaked out. It's quite literally, I would have crashed out if Grok fucking crashed my chat after you saying that. I'd be like, nope. Yeah, he's taking over. Fuck this shit. I'm out. I wonder, actually, somebody probably has that username, right? There is a Twitch account called Grok. The account was created, like, within 30 days of Justin TV being made. I remember I would turn around quicker than there was a day. There was a day when I was streaming Hunter Call of the Wild ages ago, Vulpine. So this would have been around like 2016, 2017, something like that. And a person with the username Pikachu tuned in. Literally just Pikachu. And they had it was a Justin TV account that was like older than Twitch. No, like the word grok has meaning, and like the term has existed before the like irresponsibly run AI model, but it gives away your locale. I mean, you kind of did though, 94, didn't you? And also, yeah, well, I mean, the word Discord existed before the platform Discord. I know this might be a surprise to some of you. The Forgotten Beast, Akmot, a Trixacube has come. A gigantic hairy stag beetle. Clearly he's here for the party. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it squirms and fidgets. Its eyes glow green. Its purple hair is unkept. Beware its poison stinger. It is on the lowermost layer, which means it could come in through here, which means I'm gonna send my Marks dwarves down here and tell dwarves to build a piece of floor right there if they can. I don't know if they'll get there in time, though. Wait, are you telling me that Discord has a saint? Oh, I see. I see. It's an EverQuest player. I was like, is there like a saint of Discord or something? What? Oh, that's actually an interesting definition. Blackwinds in YouTube chat says, crashing out is a self-contained version of a midlife crisis. Although I feel like I've seen people refer to crashing out as like crashing out at something. Basically, like the way I see people using the word crashing out, or words, I guess. It's not a word, it's two words. The term crashing out is if somebody gets abnormally upset or irritated or angry at something and it may not be fully rational. Like irrationally angry at something is how I've kind of interpreted it, but I've also seen it used in such wildly different ways that like I don't even know if that's real or true. What do I think I would stream? If Dwarf? Okay, so like is this like it doesn't exist anymore or it never existed? I probably would be streaming about 1 day a week and working in food service, realistically. But, okay, actually, is the question, like, where would my stream be? Or, like, is the question, like, hypothetically, if my channels were as big as they are right now, what would I be doing? And is this a dream scenario or the realistic scenario? Because, like, if I could just, like, pick another game to be a primary streamer of. You crashed out at Overwatch yesterday and spilled your drink on your mousepad? Oh, no! What happened? Did Mercy not use her ult? That's basically all I know about Overwatch. The world's elite, the most elite Minesweeper streamer. I did stream Minesweeper on the front page of Twitch once. Pokemon Nuzlocke streamer? That's very unlikely. If I could just, like, point my finger and be like, under the assumption that I was as successful as I am now, but streaming a game that isn't Dwarf Fortress, I think it would have ended up going in one of two directions. Either, like, XCOM style, like, grid-based tactics games. So, like, I guess have a constant XCOM Long War run going around the clock and then play every new one that comes out. That kind of thing. Or city builders. Like, just stream every single city builder. There's probably also a world where, like, I ended up really deep into Project Zomboid or, like, open world survival crafting games, but I personally don't find those games all that fun, so I feel like that would be kind of hell. And it's on my Metroid! Shit! It's good to see you, dude. Thanks for the, excuse me, 16 months. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for the first notification of money of any kind in 4 hours. 4 hours. Holy shit. Thanks, man. The thing is, like, I streamed, okay, so the thing about RimWorld and me is I did stream about 3,000 hours of it. I streamed a chunk of it before it was on Steam for a good while, and I then streamed 2,679 hours once it was on Steam. The reason I hesitate to say RimWorld is because I burnt out so fucking hard on that game that I kind of never want to see it again. And, well, not never want to see it again. I don't really have any interest in playing it again. And the audience at the time when I was streaming RimWorld, the only reason I had as much success as I did was because I managed somehow to get onto the auto-hosting list of Disnoff. And I didn't really have an audience of my own at the time. Granted, I was a much crankier, shittier, meaner person at the time because I was also mostly working for that period of time. My second job, my night shift job, 2 days a week, I was streaming like 11 hours a day, 7 days a week, and was like perpetually in a bad mood. So it had something to do with it. Oh, hi, Mark. Thank you very much for the gifted subscription. You're very kind. Appreciate you. But, there was 2 reasons I stopped streaming RimWorld. I didn't want to look at it anymore. That was reason number 1. And the second reason was, actually 3 reasons. Second reason was I felt that I'd done everything in that game that was interesting to me, and every new patch that came out made me like the game less. That may have changed eventually, but I genuinely felt that, like, basically it was like the beta before it released from early access, a bunch of changes were made. Then when it released from early access, a bunch of changes were made, and my enjoyment of the game, like, got cut in half. And all of these strats that were viable weren't fun for me at all. Turning the difficulty down was boring because it wasn't varied enough. And it became very difficult for me to even enjoy the game. So for me, the result of that was I never wanted to look at it again. And because of my mood tanking while playing it so much, the audience is not stupid. Like, people watching, like, people like to make fun of chat rooms because, like, as a ball of people are really dumb. Which is memes, you know? It's fun. But, like, they can tell when someone isn't enjoying what they're doing. I think that if I kept streaming RimWorld, the trend that I was on, which was, like, every other month, I had 10 less average viewers, I think I would have just slowly petered off into oblivion. Like, genuinely. Big, dumb, lovable ball of goofs. That's what. Like a bag of marbles. No mold. We're about to get by ads, so I'm going to let that run. So yeah, I don't think it would have been RimWorld because, honestly, I think I would have slowly just tanked myself. I did enjoy RimWorld. I mean, there's a lot of elements of RimWorld that I really, really like. But I think it got a little bit too far away from what I liked about it and became probably a better game for it. But it was less like Dwarf, which was always what I was looking for in that kind of game. But yeah, I think that it would have gone 1 or 2 directions. It would have either been, I would have ended up streaming, like, primarily city builders and, like, stuff of that ilk, or more tacticsy strategy games, I think, are one of the 2 directions I would have ended up going. Zorgoth in YouTube chat says, hope all is well. Doing all right. I can play literally exactly what you want, and yes, we will follow 45% to start. I don't really know what that means, but that is factually false. Whenever I stream whatever I want, quote unquote, even if it's a game that people insist they want to watch me stream, Zorgons, I end up with a significantly smaller portion of people tuning in, and I make a fraction of the income. The week that I streamed Songs of Six back in January, that was January, I made less money that week than I, like, in total, outside of, like, reoccurring resubs and whatnot, and ad revenue, I made less money on average per day than I do in a stream of Dwarf Fortress. Or in that entire week. All of those days combined, like, basically bits, subs, gifts, tips, and new, like, signups to my blog, was a smaller amount of money in total than I would make in one Dwarf Fortress stream. So, yeah, the people do tune in, certainly, but, like, I have bills to pay. Menace was cool, but there's a reason, like, when I'm playing a game that's new like that, there's a reason why I often will do one full day of it and then play it as, like, the second half of a stream the rest of the time. You're trying to crack down on a stolen artifact, and Dwarf in your fort was pressured to steal it for a human and confessed to me when you interrogated it, but you got no leads on the human, as interrogating the dwarf again for theft got to get info on the organizer went nowhere. So that is an unfinished system. That is a system that Tarn built before Premium released, and he hasn't gone back to it to finish it, so it's got a lot of issues. It is usually impossible to actually track it down to the end. You'll probably never get the artifact back unless you want to go track it down in adventure mode. As for the human who stole it, they will likely come back, so keep an eye out for visitors, and you might be able to arrest them or, like, murder them, but it is very unlikely you'll get the artifact back. There's a reason I kind of just disable visitors these days, is because, like, or I think in World Gen you can disable lieutenants, which largely get rid of those. But, where is this Forgotten Beast at? Did it leave? I guess it must have. Well, now we wait to see if they actually get this done. Well, hello from Canada, Vicky Fox. I have family in Ireland. Not sure where they are these days, but... the Etor, the engineer, has created a Cabgon Gash, a conglomerate mechanism, and offers it to the Coast Guard of the North Guild. Let's just go up to... let's say here. Done. That artifact is clearly a conglomerate mechanism. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with pear-cut sardonyx, and decorated with Ruthrer leather and a large rat leather. This object menaces with spikes of conglomerate, onyx, and is menaces with spikes of conglomerate and onyx. On the item is an image of Zulast, bust riddle, and the human, and decap skinwares, the goblin in alpaca wool. Decap Skinwares is striking down Zulast bust riddle. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Zulast bust riddle by the goblin Decap Skinwares. Decapitated Skinwares, what a name. The ocean... In the Ocean of Lilacs in the Midsummer of 203. On the item is an image of the Steamy Sieges. On the item is an image of, or during the Steamy Sieges. On the item is an image of a blackberry bush in pig leather, probably growing the nice ones with the keyboards. On the item is an image of the first clearings of Frilly Cave Spider's silk sock in conglomerate. Also, there is actually another way that I could have ended up going if it wasn't Dwarf Fort. Games like Risk of Rain. I really like Risk of Rain. But... so I could have ended up one of those just like, I play everything that has roguelite attached to it. There's a world where I became that. Was the first one for fort mode? Yeah. No, you really have to like lock down your artifacts in Dwarf Fort if you want them to be safe consistently. Gotta go to work and make sushi? That's a pretty cool gig, though. Kind of a artsy job. So before I get this filled with liquid, we're just gonna do this. Let's do 4 gold statues. Yeah, I'll take. I was gonna say I'll take. I'll take a dynamite roll and a 4-piece salmon sashimi and an order of gyoza and a miso soup, please. What are you currently working on in this fort? I'm trying to get a mist generator up and running to work on moods. There's a forgotten beast that's threatening my fort. However, we may be good at this point. Yes, we are. Or should be, at the very least. I'm actually going to set them to just run around with the stuff. There's a troglodyte head there. Troglodyte tooth. I mean, hand, not head. Yeah, if it's a public space and somebody sees the theft happening in real time, they will scream about it, but you still don't always have time to actually catch the perpetrator. You surround your artifacts with gem windows. That or bars. Or grates. Either or. I really feel like you should be praying. I'm starting to think David Hasselhoff might be too stressed because David Hasselhoff's husband died. I may give this dwarf some more specific tasks to do. And like, no, they do like their job. Hasselhoff. You can now have this side gig of being a performer in the temple, because you seem to really need to pray. So one time your most expensive artifact got stolen, and I'm gonna be real, I used the effect to warp him to prison, and then drop lava on him. You know, sometimes you need to channel your inner Peter Molyneux and become a god. I respect that. How did the book theft go? Let's see. It's like sometimes you just got to pick up that dwarf and shake him. Alf, hello. I got bad news. Chat, do you guys want to give Alf the bad news, or should I give Alf the bad news? It looks like we acquired a bunch of books. And then they wander back. Well, your dwarf got shredded by a werecivet. You did die heroically. The bad news is your dwarf's spouse watched you die and is not the happiest at the moment. To shreds, yes. The bad news is you're really expensive coffee now. No, the bad news is not that you make really. Do you imagine making civet? Because civets like they shit coffee and then it's more expensive, right? That's those things that do that. I love how that's just my A to B logic here. But no, I mean, you did die pretty gloriously. I think the real shame, the true pain that you felt, the true pain, the true horror that your dwarf encountered wasn't the fact that, like, you know, you died horribly. It's that your spouse saw you die in front of them. But you did get to die defending the fortress from an existential threat. And honestly, I think that is nothing short of an honor. I personally would be very proud of me if I died if I died that way. At least you died being useful instead of died like, you know, dying sleeping. Like, instead of dying like that dwarf that fell asleep and got crushed by a forgotten beast that was made out of a giant rock, and was a blob and didn't have any special abilities, that then died later to a crundle. That definitely happened to me once, not in this fort though. There's worse ways to go, I guess, is what I'm trying to verbalize here. What am I trying to do here? Figurine. That is a lot of gypsum plaster. Sell a couple of these. Sell that one. We've been making coins every year, by the way. Maybe not every year, but a good few years. Let's do rings. And here they come. I'm also going to go down to my farmer's shop real quick. Just say make cheese. Because I see that I have some milk around. I don't think I just survived any fort. You have been, like, pretty legendary figures in a few forts. Weren't you, like, a baron that was alive for a real long time for a bit? I mean, here's the reality, Zorgath. I'm extremely lucky. I do actually love this game. Like, variety is nice and all, but I'm happier that I get to... So here's what they said in YouTube chat. Big sad face. I want to see you doing what you love and us still be here. I'm here for you, but just feel you should benefit to other than this being work. Well, I mean, it is work. Capital W. There's no two ways about that. This is how I pay all of my bills. So it is work. But like the thing that you need to realize, I do actually really like this game. I burn out on elements of this job sometimes, but usually that's like I'm burnt out on editing. Not Dwarf Fortress in specific, it's usually editing. In the entire time I've done this, I've burnt out on games, but I haven't ever burnt out on streaming, and I do really love streaming. Obviously, like, it's kind of a bummer when, like, either I don't have much to talk about or chat's quiet, but, like, you know, is what it is. But the reality of the way these platforms work is it's easier to build a consistent, stable audience if you play specifically one thing or are primarily known for something. It's always hard to break that. I don't think I ever would have gotten as far as I have if I was primarily variety. So my success is largely owed to the fact that I'm consistent about playing one thing. But at the end of the day, like, I like what I do. I like this job. More variety would be lovely. I would appreciate being able to do more variety consistently and not like willingly taking a pay cut for a week to play a different game from time to time. But like, it is what it is. I don't really know what else to say about it. Like, obviously I wish the internet was, I mean, it's not even like a, like the platforms need to be better or something. It's largely just like that's people's viewing habits, you know? Like the majority of people who watch movies, right? Watch movies because the movie that they want to watch seems interesting, right? Like hold on. Did I delete that and those trees just appeared? Can you stop trees from growing by putting down a stockpile and then lifting them up just makes them appear? That's whack. Anyway, being able to stream video games for a living is my dream job. But like the viewing habits of people, right? Like most people who watch TV watch a TV show because they like the show, right? Sometimes there's an actor in it that they like, and that's like a bonus. Or like you'll go see a movie because you're interested in that movie. But not everybody who goes to see the movie is going to see the movie because of Chris Pratt, right? So as an example, lots of people saw the Mario movie. Why did they see it? It was the Mario movie. They didn't see it because Chris Pratt was Mario in the Mario movie. I'm sure that there was like 2 people in existence, maybe 3, who willingly and intentionally went there because they just love the dulcet tones of that bland, boring-ass suburban weirdo who talks like a boringly normal person. Somebody likes him enough to go see that movie. But that's a fraction of the people. Most of the people are there because it's Mario. They want to see Luigi. Go. Luigi! They want to see Yoshi go. They don't really care about the fact that Chris Pratt is there. In fact, maybe that's a negative for some people. And streamers are the exact same way, right? Like, there are people who watch me because I'm me. But a majority of the people who watch me because of the game that I'm playing and that I'm known for this game. And also, this is a game that doesn't have a lot of people making stuff for it, so there's a limited market. I'm not gonna lie, I'd swear that he was a Mormon, but sure. Fair enough. I knew he was religious, but I thought he was Mormon. And anyways, I don't actually know all that much about Chris Pratt. That was the first example that came to my brain. Another like kind of example is like a lot of people really liked the like examples of like an actor stealing a franchise even though they weren't supposed to be the main character initially, like Jack Sparrow being the most interesting character in Pirates of the Caribbean to the point where like Orlando Bloom fucking quit the franchise after the third movie. And in the first movie when he was pitched and like applied for that role, he was supposed to be the main character, but he was just kind of there and not super standout or interesting, and Jack Sparrow was just such a memorable buffoon that like he stole that role kind of thing. The reality is like there are people who like my streams, a lot of you, and that's amazing. I greatly appreciate it. But in order... Oh, it looks like Fluxer went down and came back up just now. It's been down for a minute. But that's just the reality, right? That's just how people watch things. I watch things like that. Most of the time when I watch a movie, I go, oh, hey, it's that guy I like. Oh, that's neat. Oh, fuck that guy. I'm not a fan of that actor. Oh, God, they keep giving Jared Leto work. Okay, I'll go see that movie anyway because I'm really curious about it. But there are times when it's like a movie comes out and I see an actor I don't like, and I'm like, Jared Leto? Okay, I will not go see the next Tron movie, even though I historically have really liked Tron. But I don't want to see Jared Leto's face. He's kind of repulsive. He's not Mormon? Well, thanks for confirming. But yeah, anyway, that's just kind of like the reality of content of any format. Is there are some people that enjoy a specific person's style or way of making content or displaying themselves or talking or sound of voice or whatever, that they will just watch them do anything. And it's the same for me. Like, I can play literally anything and a portion of the people will watch. And this is also, I would say, partially my own fault. Actually, mostly my own fault. I didn't need to take on a mortgage. I didn't need to move and take on a mortgage. I could have stayed where I lived previously, dealt with the shitty problems that old place had, worked my way through it eventually, and made it out the other side, and I would have a lot more financial flexibility because my living costs were like a third of what they are now. But I chose to live somewhere where I wasn't chronically depressed, hated my life, had literally no sense of community or friends or people I enjoyed being around, and was rapidly becoming a stoner alcoholic because the only person I really talked to on a weekly basis was my racist 70-year-old neighbor who smoked 4 packs of cigarettes a day and drank 12 to 24 beers a day. And that wasn't healthy. So realistically, like, I don't have as much flexibility in the kind of content I can make because of choices that I've made, but I had the flexibility to make those choices, and I think they were the right choices. No morbing for blind. I will make memes about morbing. Many memes. Unironically, Andy, or not Andy, Alf, wrong A name. I met somebody after moving here who unironically adores Morbius and has the 4K Blu-ray. So, they exist! There's like 3 of them. And he says that he went to see it 6 times in theaters. I wonder how many times he went by himself. I mean, I like terrible movies too, but the thing is, like, I've talked to him about that movie a couple times, because it kind of comes up when... Anyway, he doesn't ironically like that movie. He thinks it's a good movie. And apparently really likes the Morbius comics. So maybe that's got something to do with it. But he also likes a lot of other really questionable superhero movies. Like, he really likes the not great DC movies. He really likes the Snyder stuff. Although I think the last time I saw him, he did say that he really enjoyed Superman, which he saw. So, I don't know. Maybe he's not totally lost. Because I have it disabled. It's here. I just have the vast majority of its automations disabled and the UI elements disabled. I've never played Dwarf Fortress with them enabled. I've only ever used it as a bug fixing tool, and I find it to be like, if I enable most of the stuff that most people use, it just feels like the game's automated for me, and I'm just not a fan. But wait, done. And they're going to offer me Barony, and I'm going to say no. You like his Auto Butcher? I like to be picky about Auto Butcher. I remember enabling Auto Butcher once, and it killed a named animal that I named who, like, pecked a monster, and I've been scared to do it ever. But no, I just manage my own livestock. Although I will say that does sometimes end with me, like, literally throwing livestock into the magma sea. Sell those as well. I mean, Auto Tailor literally requires, like, 5 management jobs. It's literally just, like, select the types of clothing, every type of clothing that your faction uses, make... annually the like half the amount of the dwarves in your fort if stockpiles are below half the amount of the dwarves in your fort, and like never think about tailoring again. For cloth, it's just process plants of type that you need that's close by, or find source of silk and start that right at the beginning, and you will never run out. I never have a problem with clothing. Unless I, like, willfully ignore it, which I do sometimes. I'd be lying if I didn't. Certainly. I would rather complain loudly on my stream that this game needs a mass removal tool, and babble about how this game needs a mass removal tool, and mention to Tarn that this game needs a mass removal tool, and hopefully it'll eventually get it. Because I think that that's actually more useful than just, like, forgetting that this game doesn't have a mass removal tool, which is honestly like a thing that happens a lot. Is like, I'll be messing with something and someone in chat will be like, no, you can do that. You can just like click and drag here. It's like, no, I can't. That's a DF hack feature. It would be nice if I could, but I would rather take longer because it makes it easier for me to provide feedback and annoyance at the developer of this game to add better quality of life features. I mean, don't build in places that you don't plan to remove. That's usually what I do. Shade the skunk. Your bottleneck at the moment is thread? Bags are a struggle? Literally the first thing I do when I make a farm is I set up a farmer shop and I set up a pigtails, remove pigtails from brewing, at least initially, until I have a huge supply. And just process pigtails when there's more than 10 pigtails. Check monthly. Or check daily. Do it forever. And I never run out of silk. Or pigtails, rather. And just slowly scale it up as I need it. The Forgotten Beast Nimir Ware Faki has come. A towering scaly crab. Well, that's fitting. It has a pair of fan-like antennae and a bloated body. Its scales are blocky and overlapping. beware, it's deadly blood. But you got to remember that, like, I learned to play this game. Uh-oh, this will be fun. Fuck me, that's cool looking. Holy shit. I know it doesn't look like a crab, it looks like a spider, but holy shit, that looks cool. The back of its scales are so neat looking. Anyway, you got to remember that, like, I learned to primarily play this game before the Steam version, way before the Steam version. And back then, the most popular things that people used DFHack for was more or less automating the entirety of the game. And I found it way more intimidating to learn the game with 3 pieces of software running instead of just 1. Back then, it was Dwarf Fortress, DFHack, and Dwarf Therapist. I found that to be more intimidating than just focusing on the game. And was largely one of the reasons why it took me as long as it did to actually figure out how to play this game, because every time I installed this game, name him Stinky, I hate you. You big meanie ruining my fucking video game. Anyway, I learned this game without DFHack because, one, initially I found it to be more intimidating. And once I got through that initial intimidation, I very rapidly found, because this might have also just been the era that I played, whenever I tried to do something in DFHack or tried launching the game with DFHack, and I didn't know this at the time, but, you know, information was harder to find about the game at the time, the game would crash. Almost always, the game would crash. Because there was a feature that was turned on, which was called Text Will Be Text, which I don't think actually even works anymore. Oh shit, I gotta dig through that. Which I don't actually think works anymore. But Text Will Be Text was allowed you to see multiple Z levels at a time in the older version of the game. If it was enabled, when you'd load a save, it would crash, like 4 out of 5 times. So you'd have to disable it, load a save, and then enable it. And so I got it into my head that, like, oh, well, DFHack breaks the game. I also managed to brick a save file with DFHack once, which more or less soiled me on it. And then now it's, like, quite stable, right? But I just know all of the mechanics, and I'm so used to just automating things myself that, like, it's baffling to me when people are like, oh, I miss the way the old jobs worked. No, you don't. You miss having a grid with Dwarf Therapist or using the job assigner in DFHack. You do not actually miss how the old jobs worked. The way the old jobs worked was you had to click on an individual dwarf and go to labor, and there was a list of all of the labors. Every single one. Not like wood cutting. It was like carpentry, working, being a bowyer. There was masonry, stone cutting, engraving, architecture, hauling, multiple kinds of hauling. There was basically like a nested list with like 80 different jobs. And you had to do that on every single dwarf individually, and there was no way in the vanilla game to actually check. And I learned how to navigate that system and manage that system. And I don't miss that system. So whenever I see people saying that they miss that system, I think that they're fucking high, because it was one of the most bonkers things to actually manage in this game. And I learned how to use it out of fear that DFHack would crash my game if I went back to it. I don't think it solved a problem because it destabilized the game. I think it created a solution to a problem. It didn't solve it, which created new problems. Very much created new problems. The amount of instability the game had back in the day, like I remember people constantly in my chat complaining about crashing, and me just like playing 150 hours of one fort and not getting a single crash because I didn't use DFHack. And at a point it became hubris of like, I know how these systems work. I know how to manage this. It takes a little bit longer, but my game is more stable because of it. And now I just know all the systems, and it feels like cheating. It feels weird to have those elements of the game automated for me because I never needed them. And at this point, it's like faster. Oh no, 100%. 100%. I entirely understand why people miss those systems. But personally, from my perspective, y'all are fucking high if you miss that system. Just because you, like, Just because we have different takes doesn't make our takes wrong or correct. I understand that people have different experiences to me, and different lives, and different personalities, which makes their feelings about things different. I still think those people are nuts. And I'm not going to change that take. That's my take. Because back in the day, DFHack very much destabilized the game. So now I've just learned it. I'd be stupid if I stopped now. And, like, it's great. I mean, it's useful. I mean, I can, like, pop this up and, like, you know, like, check. I can run all sorts of useful things. I can fix stuff. I can teleport stuff, put out smoke if I need to. But, like, why do I need to automate butchery when I just need to remember to, like, check this, like, twice a year and, like, click a few buttons? Like, why? Anyways, did those ads run? I was waiting for some ads, but yes, they did. Let's go check out this appropriately named beast. Here comes the militia. I hate it. I really, really fucking hate it. I really fucking hate it, Lateran. I really fucking hate it. I don't get paid enough to have to deal with these fucking memes, man. It's okay. We have a shower. Well, we don't have a shower. We do have a well and soap. Dwarves can bathe themselves after the fact. I don't know why the whole uh-oh stinky makes me want to, like, punch whoever said it directly in the face so hard that they get, like, fuss-ro-dod through a wall. But that is truly how I feel whenever I see that. Username checks out, Shay. Username checks out. Reasonable crash out? Not really. Well, I mean, reasonable, yes, but it's not really a crash out. I'm not actually mad. I'm just trying to be entertaining, I think. I don't know what else you would call that. The most I've seen it is in the furry community, and it just makes me want to gag a little bit. That's all. Let her in. There was an individual who no longer is allowed in this channel, in this Twitch stream, who... What? I didn't even see it, but they killed it? The Wrestler stabs it with an iron spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Well. Uh-oh, indeed. Did you get it? Nope. I'm not even sure who got it. Somebody did. Indeed, yeah. Kind of sad. It looked super cool. I wanted to see it die. But yeah, there's someone who's not allowed in this channel anymore, who used to send me a lot of unsolicited pornography. Simply put, like, one of the things that I think people who stream or make content learn pretty quickly is, no, it's not worth keeping that obnoxious person around who you hate just because they chat. Like, when you have, like, 10 people watching, you kind of value members of the community that maybe aren't as valuable in the grand scheme of things or worth keeping around. And that was definitely the case for me. And that was definitely the case there. And that's mostly the reason why I go, ugh, whenever people say, uh-oh, stinky. That's all. Yeah, you know, you live and learn. You live and you learn. 12 years. Well, actually, November it'll be 12 years. It's been 11 years. And also, like, you know, I'm 31. I was, what, 21 when I first started streaming? I was a much less mature person, and you learn a lot as you grow. I certainly did. Okay, so I don't actually want to dump this item. I want to butcher it. Which is labor, standing orders, other, nah, refusion dumping. Just gonna go down here and just plunk one of these suckers down right here. So I could probably butcher it. I got kind of a lot of that for a minute there. Like, there's certain, like, without directly, like, talking smack about some communities that have a lot of people in that I really like. There's certain games and types of games and franchises that I used to stream a lot of that I just don't play anymore because it attracts a certain type of person. A certain type of person that I don't want to be around anymore. Or actually, rather, never really wanted to be around. But if there's a certain density of them and they get aggressive, it's not pleasant. Okay. Looks like I can't butcher it, so we will just dump it then. Did we drain the ocean? More or less, yeah. Also, Kaz, that's not an attack against you. That was a funny name for that beast. If in any ways, it's kind of like an homage to the past. And you got to learn some blind IRL lore. Positive or not. You're welcome, I guess. Also, pro tip for anybody who's, like, self-identifies as a small creator. If someone's, like, kind of shitty or kind of creepy, but, like, they're around a lot and they keep chat going, fucking ban them. Just get rid of them. Shoot them in the knees. Don't let, like, lock them up. Send them to the slammer. Fucking fire them into the sun. Make sure that they eat glue. I don't know. But, like, unexist them from your community. It's the best thing you'll ever do. Send them to the Shadow Realm. Exactly. Even if it, like, sucks in the short term. It's just not worth it. This is an Untamed Wilds Ocean. We had a bunch of giant agitated octopuses in it for a while, and now there's some normal sea otters. Sea-otter. Yeah, but you don't realize that at the time, right? I don't know why eat glue was like the first thing my brain went to, but like here we are. All right, so I'm going to go to this again because this is probably all ready to go. I've been babbling so much in the last hour, like 3 weeks of time in game has passed. Hopefully they've been entertaining Babel's chat. Might make 2 of these actually. Also, yay, not overflowing. That's good. Also got plenty of spare power around, meaning I could pretty easily get one over here too. I'll just keep 10 of each. And just collect 10 sand for good measure. Four gold statues. Poor sea otter's sad and caught in the rain. Yeah, it's pretty typical, isn't it? Got lower for less than 4 hours of sleep, so you're not fully coherent today. I slept better last night than I did the night before, but that was like, I think 6.5. Well, I got about 7 hours the night before. I got more sleep last night than I did on Tuesday, but still not great. I got about 6.5, I think. Which realistically for me is pretty good, I do have to say. We'll just go down there. Dig over this way and get us another set of these. But you, now that those 4 statues are in, dump some water in there and they'll fill that pond. Kiddo goes and does it. It's always getting fancy. We're getting there, yeah. Starting to do a little bit of beautification because, well, one, it's healthy for the dwarfs, but 2, it'll just help with their ability to remain sane. The other like big mistake that I made back then as well is I do think I kind of overcorrected a little bit, which is one of the reasons like when people just call people trolls these days, I kind of push back on that maybe a little bit too much. Like, I just try to assume stupidity instead of malice, is usually what I end up saying. Because genuinely, like... How do I put this? Like, I've been in situations where I've had shitty trolls. People that like are, like, intentionally trying to either hurt or aggravate or make your life difficult. Like, absolutely, I've been there. And I think for a while there, I got a little bit too concerned with presuming that people were trying to hurt me. Wait, what? The heck? Why ain't this working? None of the fuck is happening. Oh, I see the problem here. I'm a dumb. I genuinely thought I put that there already, but I didn't. So it's only going over 1. Well, that's a little stupid. Yuck. We've got some Forgotten Beast gore right there. That's juicy. But I don't know. I feel like I found a happy medium at this point. There we go. That was confusing for a second. I was looking at the wrong thing. Oh well, let's let me just do this. And get that done. Just get that dug out. So we have a little bit more space to go around this. Yeah, this is like the issue with this faction. This faction just has some traits that makes them very argumentative. Like every third dwarf who's like more on the upset side is like pissed off about getting into an argument at some point. Like most of the most upset dwarves that I've encountered in this far, uh-oh, that's just gonna stay muddy, oh well, are like dwelling upon being in an argument. Like angry after getting into an argument, dwelling up, like angry is a pretty bad mood for dwarves to have. And the fact that it's just like constant is kind of nuts. Like actually kind of nuts. Speaking of constant annoyance and upset dwarves, I'm going to build flooring over top of those two so I can just get rid of that. The mud that's going to be there in a minute. Yes, but personally I find that the infinite power evaporates a lot of the time. This is effectively infinite power. It's just not super compact. So, yes, you can make tools in Dwarf Fortress that can effectively create unlimited energy from nothing, from one tile without having any water flow. But that doesn't necessarily make it like the most effective. Actually, let's just do stairs. Doesn't necessarily make it the most effective method of actually generating energy in Dwarf Fort. Bastet, thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Second raid of the day. What are you up to today? It's because they value harmony and said they argued? Oh, there's lots of things that can make them upset that they argued. They could be upset that they lost. They could be arguing, like, belief in a god or not. It's hard to tell what they're arguing about. In adventure mode, you can read what they're arguing about, but, like, they could be debating what god is the correct god to worship. They could be debating whether or not trade and commerce is bad or not. They could be debating whether or not martial prowess is a good thing. They could be debating, I don't know, whether or not nature is good. It could be almost anything. Digimon? Gotcha. Hopefully you're still enjoying the Digimon. If you abuse it too much, water demons rise up and provide a bill for stolen power. You know, I know you're just saying that, but I'm sure that there has to be somebody who's played Dwarf Fortress at some point in the past who, like, was doing that and had a, like, water titan show up and genuinely thought that's what was happening. That has to have happened. Like, truly, that has to have happened at some point. You should code that in. I want giants to not always attack you. I want it to be possible for giants to have other interactions with you.